Bleach like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable.
Not going to be capitalized on yet with Hayward's wrist, but maybe Ivan's going to do it now. Wonderful!
On the pass with Kaka with the mercy pick, but stopped by Inspire. Evan trying to make it overtime and makes it in the net.
Will be a chance in from Twister, but he's been sent for a ride by Twinzer, and now the ball across!
Doesn't make it work because Yuva takes the ball back to his teammate Pingu. Pingu trying to shoot, but doesn't connect. The double tap from Ryzen will connect. It connects, and their first goal for the Bosch.
I see no reason why they wouldn't take that time out, but if they do get a goal, there's some momentum going forward, and maybe this is the one! Kaka over the top. Fire, wave dash, gets the better of one. Gets triple! Inspire with the mechanics. Let's watch this again.
Whether you've been a long-time fan of this on Twitch or you're one of the new fans who've just discovered it through DSTV, Rocket League has found its way into the hearts of so many, and we're here to do it all one more time. The last broadcast for the year, Rlcs 2025, wraps up now with Raleigh Open number 6. We cannot wait to bring you the best that this region has to offer. I'm your host, Altruism, for the day, and alongside me, so many of the names and faces that you've gotten to love. Bromeo on my direct left, Pyro, J, Rhino, and waiting in the background, we of course have Muckfish and Greybeard going to be joining us through the rest of today's action. Gents, it has been a long road to get to here right now. I mean, this is the 6th weekend, and one team has stood up and above everyone else. Foot Esports has looked indomitable, but that is not to say that there have not been moments of brilliance from so many others. And Bromeo, it must make you quite proud to be a fellow South African when you get to see so many names that we're seeing time and time again make their way onto the big stages.
Look, this season has been an interesting season. This is the final weekend, but throughout the year, we have seen so many new faces and so many old faces rising to the challenge. And my biggest takeaway from this season is that there has been so much improvement by players who we didn't expect to do as well as they did. We've seen combinations come and go, Titans rise and fall, but overall, I think the real winner out of all of this is Rocket League and everybody who's managed to make it through to top 8. And I just think, honestly, Rocket League is better for it. SSA Rocket League is better for it.
I think you've hit the nail on the head there. And Pyro, that's kind of where I want to extend this to you. When this whole import scene was kind of introduced at the beginning, we said, and we always focused down on the point of, this can only make us better. And Bromeo says that the locals have certainly improved, but do you think that the locals have improved to the point where even the international teams are starting to take a look at our local players and go, maybe there's someone, whether it's a single person that they can pick up to bring onto something like a 2/3 roster, or in general, these are guys that need to be reckoned with in the future?
I was gonna say, I thought your question would be, are the imports looking at them like, oh, this is like a serious challenge? And I was gonna say, they're already teaming with them in some cases. So you hit the nail on the head, whether it's to team up or to take them on as serious challenges, whether it's scrims or some kind of experience at the professional level, these guys are improving, as Bromeo said. I mean, I think playing EU players is no surprise to SSA players, as we know. Like, oftentimes these professional players do queue on EU servers to get that more consistent upper level challenge to improve. But now it's at the professional setting. And while it's had its dichotomy of pushing others away, it's also really motivated a lot of the younger talent. And that's where my focus is as well. A little bit with what Bromeo was saying. Some of the people that maybe we didn't suspect as much to rise up to the top and be performing in that top 8 main stage like we're here today are the ones we're really, really thrilled about.
And then, Rhino, for you, I want to actually build on what Pyro said at the end there. The youngsters, this next generation of Rocket League, because Rocket League has now been around for about 8 years. We've seen people who kind of, all they got to do was watch it online. And now we've seen Rocket League in this country grow to the biggest audience that it ever has. We've always been kind of relegated to Twitch. Now it's made its way onto our local broadcast stations, Supersport. Big shout out to everyone who's joining us out there. And what is the sort of inspiration that these youngsters can take away? What is the sort of motivation you would give to guys who might have been 8, 9, 10 years old when this all started and are now starting to reach the peak of their careers?
I mean, the obvious answer is look at how far we've come in the time that we've been able to get things going. We're on satellite TV now. That was a pipe dream 8 years ago, right? So you have to look at the platform that Rocket League is being given right now. You also have to look at the challenge that SSA is getting. There are so many opportunities for these youngsters to come through and prove that they belong on not just the region stage, but the world stage as a whole. And that should be a lot of excitement, a lot of momentum for them, because the chance is there. The brass ring is right there. You've just got to go up and grab it.
Well, the path to pro has been clearly laid out over the last 6 weekends, and some teams have done better than others, as you say. We take a look at the standings now, and one team, like I said, Foot has been indomitable. These ones for the Raleigh Major, the second big international competition that was available for these teams, and Foot have put themselves yards ahead. They didn't even have to rock up for this weekend, and they would have still secured themselves a spot. And then a pretty close fight for that second, third, fourth spot, with Hayworth Riz only just 2 points below it. And that seems to be kind of the showcase of what the region has become. One team dominating, and this even was the case in the past with Limitless being untouchable. In terms of the world standings, of course, after the 2 majors, there is a single competition where everyone from the world over the whole season has been fighting out. Foot still untouchable at the top there, and Limitless with a more contestable lead there, with Hayworth Riz a lot further behind everyone else so far out of the game. But really nice showing from the local ambassadors that we've always called upon by them. There is no chance for anyone to offseat that. We look at this weekend, right? All the action, the last chance we get to see the showcase of our top teams. And GSL yesterday showcased a lot of the guys fighting for their spot on Saturday and Sunday. And the big one that we're sad to see go out there, Cosmico had a rough draft against Limitless in their upper bracket run, lost to them 3-0, then came up against Tradui in a 3-0 loss, a surprising one actually for the newcomers to the region, who managed to take out the local guys who we said has some of the best potential for upseating, and they did it surprisingly well, or expectedly, finally getting up to the pinnacle of what they were expected to do 2 weekends ago.
Yeah, there's so much promise and belief in that 3 squad of Willu, Wordy, and Cam, right? They had high highs this season, but that's going to be a low for them. And unfortunately, the end of the season, speaking of end of the season, Hodi Jiu-Jitsu, right? Eagle and Tishao, especially on that team, hit one of their highs last event in that top 8. Seeing them on the screen with the cameras, but unfortunately come 1 game short of it. But Death Cloud able to make that top 8. We will see them today. Strutic and Nitro making their second ever top 8 in RLCS, and with Guns having made his 12th.
Yeah, and talking about teams that are coming through and young guns up and coming, there is a team that we want to talk about here, Unity Esports. It was their best finish of their entire organization, from what I understand. Friction, Eagle, and Friction, Technic, and Jeff working together beautifully to try and make a run. They did fall to Labosh, but the 3-0 does not tell the whole story in that lower bracket semi-final. All of those games were 1-goal games. 2 of them went to overtime. Unity Esports pushed Labosh right the way to their limit. And I mean, what a time to really find some form as we get into the off-season where you can build on that.
Well, talking about surprise inclusions, Genesix making their way through GSL Bracket B all the way into top 8 for the first time since I think it was Open 1, Birmingham Major Open 1. And I think that is fantastic for the team of Daps, Declan, and Eliakim. They have tried so hard, they've campaigned so hard, and they're also top 8 in points. They've kept their roster together even in a trying season where they haven't had the results that they wanted. They've come so close so many times, and I know if Greybeard was here right now, he'd be, crying for, the fact that they deserve top 8 more often than they did. And, truth of the matter is they do. But now they have finally proven to, the owners of Genesix, to all of us, that they deserve to be here. And I think it's poetic. It's the final weekend. They've made it here, and they've proven their point. And I want to see how far they can go this week.
I mean, we got to talk about that introduction of Guns onto that roster. I mean, he has been one of the most influential players in this region. He's so mechanically gifted and works really hard at it as well. But it's kind of been flitting between teams, looking for his home. So it's really nice to see him coming onto these local guys and working with them, and they're getting the results immediately after that. We talk about influential players. There have been a lot of them that have stood out over the time. As Saturday comes, we tend to want to break away a little bit from the serious games and have a little bit more of a game of our own. And so we introduce you guys to our super teams. We have taken the rosters from Cosmico, and we've taken the rosters from Limitless. It's been Hayworth, Riz, and Foot. 4 teams that have stood head and shoulders above the rest. And the 4 of us on the panel here have kind of gone, what would these guys look like if they had to swap it around? The rules for the game were simple. No one was allowed to be on the team with other teammates that they've typically had. What would the 4 new rosters look like? How would it shape up? And who do you think would be the best of that? So we're going to jump into that right now, and I'm very excited. None of us have seen the others' predictions, so we're going to start with mine for now, gents, and I have some mentality behind this. So keeping it nice and short and sweet. The Mechanicals were the guys that were the first team that just immediately gelled to me. Each of these guys, to die for Cam, of course, from Cosmico, to die from Limitless, and Leoro from Foot. These guys, to me, have always been the ones who have the ability to create magic out of nothing. Balance and Brains, the guys who think about the game a lot more tactically, they're in the good positions, they work the ball up methodically, and they hold their temperament under pressure. Torres, Werty, and Ivan going to be through there. The Mind Gamers, these are the guys who have been playing the game for the longest and have that ability to read the game, be in such nice positions, and read when a pass is better than a straight shot. VK Salen, Snowy, and Revezi. And then Too Fast, Too Furious. I think the name kind of speaks for itself. These guys will drain their boost tanks and get to every ball before anyone else. And I'm interested to hear from you. Is there anyone who kind of stands up? Anyone got a first thought on my squads?
I gotta say, Altruism, when we get to mine, I'm not too far off.
Yes!
I'll just say that we're a little bit similar. You gotta think about, just because these guys have similar qualities, do you want to mix and match those? Is it best to kind of concentrate those qualities? So maybe that, if you're looking for criticism, I'll get to you, but I guess we'll get to us as well in my teams. This was a very difficult challenge to do, but I did my best. To me, to die for Leoro, I agree, Altruism, we're mech artist, but so is Revezi. He has had the top mechanical clips of the season in my mind. So I had to see them together just to get that, triple perfect kickoff combination going. Scissors, Rock, Wordy's the Rock. Okay, he's going to be the rock of the team. He's going to be the puppeteer. He needs 2 players that can cut up the defense. That's what Torres and Karka are doing. Perfect violence. Okay, maybe there's a little bit of heat in the comms, but there's definitely heat on the field as well between these players. Killicam, VK the Demo Demon, and Snowy putting in the work as well. And yeah, French's class, I couldn't really pull apart Sweaty and Wheelu either. Altruism. I kept them together with Ivan to put together that big resurgence at the end of the season like we've seen from them before. Had some fun with this challenge. Wasn't very easy, though, I will say. I don't know about you guys. Did you have an easy time making these lists?
It certainly wasn't easy. It certainly wasn't easy, Pyro, but it was definitely a lot of fun. We enjoyed this. I like what you've done here. I like the way that Alt and Pyro have kicked things off. It looks very interesting. It looks very set in their ways. Well, get ready, folks, because I've gone a different way to everyone else. We kick things off with Pony with some jutsu. It's Snowy, Cams, and Karka. And the way that I've kind of run these is I've taken what we would refer to as the IGLs, right? The minds behind each of the teams. And I've put them with two players who I believe are going to be mechanically beneficial for them. So Snowy, that mind in the back, the one who's going to be calling all of the communications with Cams, and Karka, the two C's and K's in front of him, going to be able to put in the work. Cosmic, oh, that could work. Over on the next one, it's Werty, To Die For, and Lioro. Werty pulling the strings, getting To Die For and Lioro to do what they do best, fly through the air. The mechanics off the charts in that one. I would really love to see that team come through, actually. Then you've got EU Invasion Part 93. It's VK, Salen, Willu, and Ivan. Of course, Willu, a little bit unlucky to be in this team, but VK, Salen, gonna be rocking that IGL, that pullback role, and sending forwards Willu and Ivan as his two kind of mercenaries of offense. Finally, Hey with no Riz. It's Revezi gonna be the mind behind these two. And that is definitely Sweaty. It's not Cam. It is, the picture is correct. Sweaty and Torres gonna be rocking that one. So I think I tried to put together teams that were, like, in my head, gonna have a set position 1, position 2, position 3, and worked it that way kind of back. So I had my 4 IGLs set early, and then it was just positioning players who I thought were going to be able to work with them. But I've only got one person's idea to think of. And Bromeo, what have you got for us? What do you think?
Oh, look, you've got some interesting choices. I feel like Snowy Cam is brilliant. Wordy To Die For. I feel like that should have been, even years ago. And Cam Torres, that's a solid pick. But I went a little bit of a different way. And I will show you very shortly what this was. So my 4 teams was the Engine Room, not Gentle Mates, Control Alt Clutch, and Low Key OP. And I'll explain this. The Engine Room is filled with players who are workhorses of their respective teams. Sweaty is all over the place. Wordy permanently getting himself involved in the action. And Lioro for Foot doing exactly the same. And Control Alt Clutch, these are players who seem to always find themselves in those defining moments of the game. To Die For example, so many 0-second goals. Wilu just coming in clutch so many times, and Karka, I can't remember how many times he's come off the ceiling just to make that clutch play. And Loki OP, Ivan, Cam, Torres, they're the players on the teams who we don't always give all of the credit for how good they actually are. And because there's players on the team who, are louder, more, aggressive, but these players are always there. They are consistent, and they are consistently high in every single respective stat. And then to finish with, these 4 teams, I've got Not Gentle Mates, and that is Snowy, VK Salen, and Revezi. And truth be told, they were just the players who I couldn't figure out how they would combo best, because they are the players on their teams who do a bit of everything, and they can change their dynamic very, very often as they do. VK Salen being incredibly aggressive, and Snowy being the playmaker, the call maker, and so often that changes things up. So yeah, my teams were a little bit all over the place, but I think everybody had a little bit of something.
I like you and I had your Not Gentle Mates was exactly the same team as my Mind Gamers there. So I appreciate it. I also like that the two of you other guys, Rhino and Pyro, you linked up Snowy and Cam. Those guys have been on teams before and they worked so well at that stage, if I'm not mistaken. So I would like to see a return to that. But let's get into today's action, right? We got 4 games up for grabs for you guys. And I mean, we're going to be starting it off with, of course, this being the bracket for the day. We start with our upper bracket. 2 of the games going to be taking part in that. But our 2 ones to start off going to be coming up from the bottom to the top. Death Cloud Esports versus Labosh. Death Cloud making their first appearance up here. And Labosh has been quite a good litmus test for a lot of teams on how well they're able to adapt and how far they should have potential to go through there afterwards. Tradui going to be coming in. If you guys are confused, this is a team that we have seen quite a few times. Don't worry. Not in this sort of roster. Flaky, Zeli, and Nohara. A few players coming in. So that's potential upsets for the day. Anyone? Pyro, I mean that last game, Foot, is going to be the hardest one, I think, for Hey with no Riz. But other than that...
Listen, maybe we're docking Hay a little too much. We were talking about it here in the green room. Hay's the only team who hasn't been swept, I don't think, once by Foot Esports. So they always put up a fight, which is good to see. Maybe we'll see that at the end of the day. But I mean, upset-wise, I think maybe you're looking at Death Cloud Esports. Like, a lot of people don't know how to rate this team of like Gun, Struttic, and Nitro. Like, Struttic and Nitro, it's only their second time making it to top 8. Can they get that first playoff victory with this Guns insertion? Obviously, there's been promise with him moving around other teams, but Labosh have been consistently at that top 6 level. I think it's going to be a little tough to knock them out of it again.
Well, let's get into this matchup, right? First game of the day is up for grabs, and we've got all the team comparisons, but you guys also get to have your vote. If you're out there on Twitch, the team vote is open. Who is going to win in the first game? That flashed past before I could even see the hashtags there. I'm sure you guys got to see it. Hashtag LB for Labosh, hashtag DC for Death Cloud. Pretty obvious, right? So get your votes in there. Do you back the locals or do you back the tried and true roster? Looking at those rosters right now, though, Labosh, Inspired Days, Ryzen versus Death Cloud, Guns, Struttic, and Nitro. Bromeo, you like your stats. Run us through the important ones that we need to look at for this matchup.
Well, it's important to remind ourselves that Guns has recently joined Death Cloud. Last split, he was on Cristobal Colum. So I think the stats compared, they do favor Death Cloud in some aspects. Goals, shots, certainly not demos because Labosh likes theirs. But it must be said that Labosh's stats are far more grounded, so it might not paint the picture you think it does. I would say that Guns dragging Cristobal Colon through the last split does give Death Cloud an additional edge there in the stats, but Labosh have also proven that they are consistently here. They have made it all the way here, I think, every single time. They haven't been looking as solid as they have been, but to rule either of these teams out would be at your own peril.
And then we look through there. We don't have a lot of time there for the individual matchups of the head-to-head there, but like we've seen these teams so many times before, the big one being, of course, Death Cloud. And now we need to get into some predictions. So this one, we do have the unknown versus the tried and truest. I'm going to start on the far side. Rhino, you haven't had a chance to weigh in here, so you get an extra 30 seconds towards us. Everyone else is going to have to go pretty quickly.
Result, love that. I just want to give a little bit of credit to Guns. I mean, he's got top 8 with 3 different rosters now. Cristobal Colon, now Death Cloud, and of course Cosmico at the start of the season. That's pretty impressive. I don't think many players can say that they've done that. I think he goes one further today. Give it Death Cloud. I couldn't tell you really a prediction of the score. I think this genuinely could have anything from 4-0 to 0-4. It's kind of a guess on the desk at this point, but I want to see Death Cloud go through. Give me DCE.
All right, Pyro.
This is a 4-2 win for Labosh for me. 4 events in a row, they have made 5th through 6th. They have won that first playoff game. Unfortunately, I don't think Death Cloud are the team to put a thorn in their side and stop them there. Would I like to see it? Maybe. I won't discuss that, but analytically, I gotta take Labosh.
Okay, Bromeo, you don't have to worry about a desk sweep right now. We know the caster's curse is alive and well with that. So you have all the freedom in the world. What is your answers?
Man, this is a tough one, and the math says pick Labosh, they're consistent, but the heart says pick Deathcloud because they have so much potential, and with Guns being in the form that he is, it would be very, very difficult and dangerous to bet against him. So give me Deathcloud, give it to me in Game 6.
I like it, and I think I'm going to weigh with you as well. Labosh, while they've looked tried and true over the last couple of weekends, yesterday in GSL, they were not unchallenged. They had their problems here and there, and have they had enough sleep to really back that up behind them? When you look at the chat vote, though, this seems to be a little bit more one-sided. Deathcloud taking up the vast majority of this. So maybe it's just the lack of the international representation, but we go now into our first game, and what a showcase it's going to be. Is Guns' introduction to this roster going to be enough, or is Labosh, they've had their experience, they've had a long time to get ready, and they've been undeterred from getting those top 6 spots up until now? It's myself and Machfish to take this away.
Labosh, our top 6 regular. They are looking to make it 5 on the trot, but they have to contend with South Africa's most dangerous storm in Deathcloud esports, and more specifically, local golden boy Guns. The youngster has made a strong showing, arguably is the rookie of the year, but can he lift this team, a 3rd team, to Championship Sunday? Altruism, let's find that out together, shall we?
Oh, I don't think I've come into a game like this, Machfish, when I'm so excited and so unsure of the result here. I mean, Stratic and Nitro have been proving and sitting just on the edge of what could be considered a great team for a long time. Guns is such a nice introduction, and he will come out firing right now, but it's a tough draw to start us off, and 7 games up for grabs right now between the two of them. Game number 1 right now, 4 to take the victory and progress to the next day, to Championship Sunday.
So let's see if Guns can really be that difference maker, if he really is that good of a player. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of focus on him, but I mean, Stratic and Nitro themselves, you said they were there or thereabouts. They're sort of in the bubble. They're not really made the breakthrough yet. And sometimes, well, all you need to make that breakthrough is to have that one good player with you that can elevate not just himself, but also you to even better performance. And that player is Guns.
Yep. I'm interested though, Mark. Oh, we see a great shot come in there, and actually it's a dive towards the side. Arisen going to be able to come out there and take full advantage. Nitro, he just pops that out, and then the check. Daze clears the way, removes Stratic from the equation, and it means an extra 1 up on the board here for Labosh early into game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with Labosh, we sort of know what we get by now, right? We've seen them more than plenty of times. And we always know that they are aggressive, they're quick, and especially dangerous on the counter-attack. So if you give them space, if Deathcloud don't or aren't on their case quickly enough, then it could be very early curtains for them, especially when Risen gets into his stride.
And I mean, he showcased his skills there already, and Deathcloud, though, struggling to find their form for now. We saw him pass towards the center, double commit now onto the side. Both Guns and Stratic goes up for that, and this is kind of the question I was about to ask, Mark, was, is Guns now someone you play around, or do you just try and carry on with your old mentality and then see that he just naturally fits in? Again, he clashes with his teammates, but recovers well enough, and then goes for the bump afterwards, trying to open up a lane.
I mean, it's always about playing around each other, I think, in every team, not just a newly formed one. You never are a completely consistent person, you never are a completely consistent player. So I think it's just going to be as adapting as you need to be on the day. But on the day, Daze is going to show that Labosh are not to be trifled with. A big dunk by the Scot finds his way through eventually into the goal.
And Stratic being the last one, trying desperately to get that out, and he was actually a little bit off, wanted a little bit more angle on the side, and Deathcloud, they're going to have to adapt if they want to bring it back into this, because like you say, Labosh, they've tried their truest, and this might be something that Deathcloud is not calibrated towards. Having been vacant for a while, they just don't have the speed, they don't have the awareness that they need to guard these backboards as the aerial play dismantles them once more.
Beautiful double tap there by Inspire. Nothing that Guns nor Nitro could do. That was just textbook double tapping from the Dutchman. And, well, for all the glories that the desk and all the praises that the desk sang about deathcloud esports, I think this first game of these opening 2 minutes might show their limitations very handedly here. Top 8 is no mean feat, but between top 8 and top 6, and we talked about this during this season already before, there's a bit of a gap.
Yeah. I mean, when you got one team that's got the best showcase that they've got ever, and the other one who, in which case, would be going out with the worst performance that they've ever had, you do have to kind of give historical accuracy towards Labosh right now, and they're certainly proving that. Looking to repeat this, they're going to take another shot across the goal, and there's just no one home. Two people desperately trying to get in the way of that second attempt, but back and forth, the passes go, and Inspire finds a great angle. Nitro so close to intercepting that, but it's not enough, and at halfway mark, Labosh handedly in charge of game number 1.
It's almost like the Lord striking down the revolting peasant and being like, come on, okay, yeah, you got something, you got your pitchforks, you got your torches, but come on, I've still got the entire armory under my control and the entire arsenal under my control. That is pretty much what's going on here in game 1. Maybe Strutic got something to say about it, but unfortunately for him, he cannot reach. Guns having to take control, so much pressure on his shoulders to lift this deathcloud team into the top 6. Right now, he and his teammates can't deliver.
Yeah, and I think your analogy there was actually really good, because we haven't seen anything threatening coming out of deathcloud just yet. They had like one pass across there, which wasn't followed up, and another double tap for Inspire. Loving that top left-hand corner. Manages to find it through here. This is the armory. This is the knight getting off of his horse and just batting away the blunt pitchfork of the peasant, going, I'm not really scared of you right now. You can't find your way through my plate mail, and we're just going to punish you as a result.
And that punishment comes swift and decisively from Labosh, and I think that's the main problem here for deathcloud esports, is whenever they do get caught out in transition, whenever they do get caught out, it's the tempo, it's the sort of urgency with which Labosh moves forward that brings deathcloud into problems. Every time they aren't yet rotated back, they're not in a position to effectively defend any deathcloud counterattack, because deathcloud is just so well oiled and are just so in sync with what they want to achieve with every ball touch going forward.
Yeah, whereas deathcloud very reactive at this stage. They kind of commit 2 people to a play, and then when one of them gets there earlier, the other one has to try to recalibrate themselves, reseat themselves in their positioning, or when someone gets a mistouch, it's just a little bit of pandemonium that surrounds the baseline of the deathcloud goals, and they keep batting the ball away, but Labosh constricted ever closer. Inspire again through the air, only just denied out by a heroic save by Guns.
That would have been contender for goal of the day if Inspire scored that, but again, little to no defensive work there before the goal line, before the box from deathcloud in their own defensive third. I would like to see them move out a bit more aggressively, try to meet Labosh in the air, because players who, even though in GSL yesterday they haven't necessarily been playing up to their standards, today they are. And if you give these kind of players too much space in the air, you're gonna have troubles. And that trouble is exactly why deathcloud esports are currently down by 5. Maybe Guns must see flick to the far post, but not even that will be rewarded. It stays at 5-0.
Sign of life late into the game there from this deathcloud side, but I mean, they did give away 4 goals in the first half, only a single one in the second 2.5 minutes, which is a good sign for them, and then put on an attempt late at the end there. So the second half certainly looking like the more viable options here for deathcloud, but other than that, the shots all the way on the side of Labosh, 11 shots to their names, and I mean, when deathcloud has to endure that sort of assault, you worry about what the rest of the season is going to look like, and whether the rest of the season, in fact, going to have any sort of longevity behind it.
And the good thing is it's only game 1, right?
Yeah.
Where, that sometimes happens. That's a bit of copium there for deathcloud esports. But yeah, they certainly they have to adapt their speed. They have to be quicker. They have to be snappier. And I feel like what comes down to it is actually talking about and calming what the opponent is doing. Where is the opponent? Does he have boost? Do you know that? Does anyone have that information? And then giving that to the person at hand, just so you can make better decisions. That's quite frankly where it's lacking at the moment here for Deathcloud Esports.
Oh, exactly. It's right now Deathcloud. Like you say, it's game number one. It's a 7-game series. So often we get to see that game number one kind of just swept under the rug of, okay, we're just feeling out our opponents. But it would be nice to see them kind of, and I think you hit the nail on the head there of pace. It really is LaBosch just having a far quicker reach towards the ball. I mean, Aspire, look at him straight up into there. He's been so confident today. And LaBosch is playing at one of the best levels that we've seen from them right now. They know when to slow it down. Risen going to be taking a long jaunt around the side, gets a great flick off and challenges the last defender of Deathcloud. And where the big problem now comes in is Deathcloud has been constricted in this position for too long and challenged immediately and aggressively by LaBosch.
So again, a little bit too passive there on their own backline. Now Guns, crossfield carry, flip reset, but can only take out one player. Both Risen and Inspired were just waiting on their own back line. Still a bit chaotic. Nitro, another opportunity there. Goth gives the ball to the Golden Boy, but Guns can't bully his way through the defense. A bit of offense here from Deathcloud Esports, but now they have to build from the back line again.
And again, getting caught off their line. Just being picked apart. There was a single person. I mean, there, Stratic and Nitro kind of both pushed down the same angle. And it means that Guns in the third position wants to be there to receive any sort of inward pass and steps up to try and be involved in that play and just gets punished. You've got to have a much more fluid rotation if you're going to deal with the counterattack capabilities that LaBosch is showcasing for us right now and get a nice kick off towards himself. Guns! He's going to take full advantage of that and finds one back.
I wanted to say earlier at the 1-0 Guns, I mean, he had the trust in his teammate. Now he doesn't need the trust in his teammate. He finds a magnificent musty flick. Perfect power, perfect placement. What a shot from the Golden Boy. A 1-0, a much needed goal here for Deathcloud Esports.
Oh, I still remember the first day I saw Guns and I took notice of him. It was because of his ability to musty flick. There are few people in the region, internationals and locals alike, who can showcase that skill. And ooh, very nice backwards save there to get off the line. But again, it's being uncontested beforehand. And Risen, he just carries it home past all three defenders.
It's too easy. That's too easy from Risen. Nitro, 0 boost on the backboard, can't effectively force, and then Stratic forgot to double jump. That's the best way I can put it. He simply forgot to double jump, or something went wrong there. Mechanical mistake on the goal line, and that's going to cost Deathcloud Esports very dearly, very quickly. Days against the crossbar. Guns can't reach. Inspired there, but again, the crossbar and the post are in tandem, are in bed with Deathcloud Esports.
Oh man, that was not a save from Deathcloud. That was very much just a missed opportunity from LaBosch, but I don't think they're going to be unduly worried about that just now. Again, linking up immediately into another offensive opportunity. Days looking for the bump. There's a vacant back line to meet that, and so he just rotates, and immediately again a strong 50 comes out from LaBosch. Deathcloud not with the same sort of impetus behind them to check this ball, and have to worry once more up into the air. Inspire, he's managed to do all the work required of him for now and leaves it. That's a good clear out to at least create some space, but double tap from Days there sends it straight back into the waiting arms, and the pass across there only just cut out in time by Stratic. Now can Deathcloud turn the pressure on their opponents.
Deathcloud on the counter-attack. Guns looking for the redirect, maybe pass down, a possibility there, but Stratic met confidently by Inspire in the box. Inspire is going to have to do a bit more work. He's being helped out by Dace in the first instant. Now carrying it out himself, trying to alleviate some of that pressure, the short-lived pressure, but pressure nonetheless that Deathcloud was building. And one thing that I want to sort of train your eyes to, as also the viewers, is look at the boost totals for Deathcloud Esports. Sometimes in defense, and it's not even when it's prolonged defense, but originally for the first shot, it's very, very low. Deathcloud is struggling for boost. Deathcloud is struggling for resources, and that's part of the reason why they are struggling so much in this matchup with LaBosch.
Yeah, with that boost, you just don't contest in the air. That's a nice little bit of a breakaway, but a bit high, so Day is going to be able to pick that up. And I think that low boost totals is almost twofold right now for Deathcloud. Labosh is doing a good job of stealing their big pads in the back, but also when you have inefficiencies in your rotations, you end up spending a lot more boost just to try get back to where you need to be, and it needs to be something that Deathcloud tightens up. Now they've got themselves a chance. 2 shots above the board. The third one goes wide, and Stratic diving into this now. Going to be hard pressed to get back in time, and his teammates, all they can do is try and weather the storm for now. That's a bit of a missed touch, gives Nitro a pop-up, but it's not to anyone. It's not any sort of progression down the field, and they're lucky to come away with it once more. It does mean that they don't have any opportunity to take a shot just yet, and are once more forced into the defense.
Final minute, final 50 seconds. Coming here in game 2, Deathcloud has done a better job of keeping it a close game, especially on the scoreboard. But right now they have to push forward. Daze though, open backbone, we know what he can do. Daze immediately struck by Nitro, but the second shot won't. Risen with a 3-1 lead here for Labosh. It was a good save originally from Nitro, but unfortunately one save wasn't enough.
Oh, it really is when it comes to this level of the competition. These top 6 teams are renowned for having wave of relentless pressure, and Labosh has been showcasing that time and time again. Their rotations are crisp, their positioning is right, their passes are being on point, and again, Stratic just rotating back in time to make a fortuitous save on his side. Gets the ball up towards Nitro. They've got 20 seconds left to get 2 goals on the board, and like you say, it's a better score differential than game number 1, but it's not enough for them to claw their way back up. Stratic into the air, actually has beaten out Inspire, but Inspire bails out early, and it will be there to reinforce this. And in fact, just sits comfortably on the ground as Labosh close out game number 2.
Now we come into the finer details of language and relativisms. It was better from Deathcloud Esports, but better doesn't mean good in absolute terms, and that is where really the problem lies for Deathcloud. They have the moments. They have these moments where they are on the same page, when they are in sync, but these moments happen for about 90 seconds per match, and then they're gone. And that's, if you can only compete for 90 seconds a match, well, you can't compete.
Yeah, the game is unfortunately a little bit longer than a minute and a half right now. You're still missing 3.5 minutes. And when I look at those scores, Mark, something very interesting to me is that there was exactly the same number of shots, saves, etc. as game number 1, especially for Labosh. I think Deathcloud was short by 1 shot, but that's actually surprising considering they got that extra goal. It kind of comes back to that, where are Deathcloud being forced to make these defensive measures? When they're on their own goal line, they're looking a little bit scrabbled. But when they're at least able to push out and make an interception earlier into the aggressive play, they get themselves the opportunity. They at least force their opponents to make an inopportune pass or an imperfect touch. And that's kind of what you're looking for at this stage. You've got to mitigate 11 shots down to 5 or 6 that you're kind of matching on your side, and then you start to have a bit of a contest. But when you look at the field possession as a whole, it's not a stat that we get to display. It always still feels like Labosh has got the majority of the lion's share.
Yeah, it's the eye test right now, right? And that is what Labosh is very comfortably winning at the moment. And also, what I feel like you said there had a lot of merit, especially considering that Deathcloud are in their time out now and they can talk to one another. I think what they need is just the confidence and the belief in themselves to not be pressed into their own back half, not be pressed into defense. Don't let the ball come to you. Challenge the ball actively, challenge early, challenge in the midfield. Try to mitigate the amount of pressure that Labosh can do, because even if you don't get a good challenge, and even if you miss the ball entirely, you're still forcing your opponent to do something. You're still cutting in, you're still disrupting the natural flow of what your opponent thinks is going to happen. So for me, for Deathcloud, it is about trying to be more active, especially in the midfield defense. That's sort of gegenpressing, you would say in football terms.
Yep, and that comes with its own double-edged sword. You've got to go into these challenges with confidence, without hesitation, but you cannot be affording to dive through your opponents, because we've seen Labosh, they're able to link up so well together. If they start to read that you're rushing your gameplay at all, they're going to pass the ball around you or get an extra little mechanical touch, as they have been doing so often. Guns just cuts that one off, but like you say, the first step has to be get off our own baseline, get off that back foot, and start taking the fight to our opponents.
Stratic now, low boost. Nitro is doing, well, some work. Not unsure if it was positive or negative, at least getting himself out there, trying to be an effective part. And there's an overcommit from Daze on the demo, and Guns is going to get that one the entire length of the pitch. A long clear from Guns, and suddenly 1-0 for DeathCloud.
Oh, that was interesting there. Nitro was the one removed from the field. That was still Labosh in full capabilities with all three players on the field. But like you say, maybe they just overread that. Maybe they're getting a little bit too overconfident after their first two games, and they give away the early lead. This is the best opportunity that DeathCloud has had thus far, and looking to take advantage of it. Stratic again tries to send it down the other side, and Nitro nearly puts it into his own net as a result of that. Just did not expect his teammate to miss that. And so, tenuous moment still. The game not firmly in control here by DeathCloud by a long shot. And again, another ricochet sends it towards their own net.
Stratic heads up defending there, knowing he didn't need to dive from his own backboard, but he may need to dive here. Nitro gets his boost stealing, gets ball, and gets a good 50-50 on the end of it. That's bit what's been missing also from DeathCloud Esports. Good 50s, but there's a good demo. Nitro having to take the ball into safety, but jumps over the boost. Leaves that one to Stratic. Nothing there though on the counter attack. Guns being much more the anchor now here for DeathCloud, and letting Stratic and Nitro sort of do their thing.
That might not be the compulsion or the vision of this team right now. Guns has been so good when you let him have the freedom to work his crazy magic, but when he's the one forced to be the responsible friend in the teammates, that might not be what the team wants, and it certainly hamstrings him a little bit. But a nice pass through towards the center. Guns finds Nitro and then goes for the bump afterwards, and a second goal up on the board for the locals.
Well, that's also one way to do it. Guns being the anchor, and the one time he goes forward, he's immediately an impact player. Quite literally so, as he's impacting Daze's ability to defend, which was all for naught. And suddenly, DeathCloud are up by 2. Daze, though, up to the skies. Daze pass to Nitro, can get a slightest soft touch on it and veers that ball off course.
Such a nice adaptation in the middle of the air to be able to get to that. And right now we're getting to see DeathCloud. They're challenging far more early into these engagements. They're going for it. And there you can see, even with Nitro diving past, it forces Labosh into a wide angle that's so much harder to get back from. Guns slowing it down on his side now. Comes off the wall. Risen was trying to creep up there, but might get punished. Guns goes up hard, goes up long, and only just denied the double tap.
Just, but still have to be careful now on the counterattack again. Inspire comes, but first touch letting him down. Dutchman having to leave it for his teammate Risen, but in the end, Guns has taken up his usual spot here in Game 3. The backboard sort of at semi-height, and with the ability to challenge the ball that's floating in the air. He quite likes this position, and it pays off dividends here for DeathCloud Esports.
Yep. Again, he's forced backwards, picks up the ball, gets a bad little wobble off that crossover from the sidewall onto the backboard, but still in a good position. Whoa, that is as finesse as you can make on a save, but it's not enough to turn it towards the side. Labosh creep in. They sense weakness in their opponents, and they all conglomerate here in front of the net. Risen, stationary, pops it up over Nitro. Labosh back by 1, and DeathCloud suddenly are restricted. Their buffer disappears.
1 goal already eaten into, and thus far in each game, the second goal that DeathCloud scored was almost a gift from the second goal, off Labosh in each game was almost a gift from DeathCloud, and it's gonna be one here as well, as Daze is able to equalize once again. This time Guns letting his team down, getting bumped away, and Daze says thank you very much.
Such a difficult position in that corner as the ball rolls around to try and get any sort of momentum towards the opponent's nets, and just gets checked on his second touch off that. He had visions of greatness and was denied out there. His hubris punished. DeathCloud again. Now they've got to come forward. It's a decent shot, and it's as close to a goal as you could possibly get without the reward behind it. And we go into the final minute now. Deadlocked once more. DeathCloud looking for that lead that they've held for so long in this match. Could come off Guns once more. Decides to go for the boost and slow it down, baiting in his opponent. Gets the nice bump off it, but everyone from the Bosch was home, and now they decide to take a vacation down to the orange side.
Good idea there from Guns with the bump in the air, but unfortunately neither of his teammates were sort of ready for it again. The communication often about also telling your teammates what is your plan on the ball and then giving them the tools to react. Certainly not at the highest level right here for Deathcloud Esports. As again, Guns on his lonesome in the air, takes it past Daze, gets bumped for his efforts. Nitro is there, but so is Risen.
Much clearer communication coming out there from Guns, and he had the teammate with him and forced a reactionary save from LaBosch, and LaBosch certainly rebuffed towards their side, far more common than games 1 and 2. But now they go forward. That's a miss off the backboard by Stradic. The first bounce goes wide. Risen come in for the shot late in the game, and just on the buzzer beater, Deathcloud again get put back on their seats.
Nitro gets the one touch, but that one touch unfortunately ricochets in a perfect distance where Strutting and Guns can't reach it. But crucially, Risen can. And that is the end of Game 3. A banger to the top corner follows. And Deathcloud Esports, for all their troubles, for all their effort, have got nothing to show for it, are down 0-3. Series points against them on that ×4.
Again, it's almost fitting that the most common goal explosion we saw in the game was the Saw mask, and this is turning into a horror movie for Deathcloud. They're down by 3. They're suddenly on relegation point, last gasp efforts, and they've used their timeout nice and early, but it's just this clearance off the back line, looking far more potent when they start to approach their opponent's nets, but it's just on this defensive line. They cannot clear it out. There's no one there to pass to. There's a little bit of a static temperament towards their side, being caught out time and time again. Lovely finishes, certainly more clean finishes coming out from LaBosch compared to this Deathcloud side.
Yeah, in the end, the finish quality from LaBosch is currently reigning supreme, I would say. I mean, it's sort of emblematic, that last shot from Risen, right? Where you're sitting there like, okay, he needs to put it because there are still 2 defenders to contend with, right? He needs to hit a powerful shot that is well placed. And because it's Risen from LaBosch and because it's LaBosch, he's just going to score that. You give any sort of other team or any other player that sort of opportunity, the volatility would be a lot higher. The spread would be a lot higher. Not for LaBosch, though. They are just as clinical as they come and now have only 5 minutes potentially until they have booked their spot onto Championship Sunday.
Last tense moments, last tense game potentially here for Deathcloud, and we did hear it from Pyro. Was not sure, it was from Rhino actually on the desk, who said he did not know what the complexion of this game would look like. This could be a 4-0 either way. Right now, LaBosch trying to prove it as firmly in their hands as possible. It's been an improvement throughout the series by Deathcloud, but they've got to do it here and now. Thankfully for them, if they did improve at all in terms of the scoreline from the previous games, we would at least see an overtime. But for that, we have to wait the next 4 minutes. Can they get themselves a nice early lead once more?
Certainly would be beneficial for them. But I've got a feeling that the LaBosch players have got something to say about that, as Inspire has to drop back into his own half to absolutely clang one out. But gifting possession, therefore, to Nitro, whose touch has let him down, but the read on the end of it from Daze wasn't the best either.
Guns again with the mountain of work to do. Seemingly on his own in a large aspect. His teammates again pass the ball backwards. Nice aggression here from Stradic. He doesn't have a lot of boost to work with, but he's taking it forward with some pace, and Daze just turns it aside. Checked on the halfway mark. Guns straight away back into the attack. Can't get a connection on here. He's having to play at his absolute peak to try and contest this and open up opportunities for his teammates, but it's not enough. Nitro goes sailing wide over the top. Stradic shot, again met by a solid brick wall and turned aside once more into the hands of Guns. He's trying to find Stradic. Stradic goes up for this, gets knocked off the ball, but he still has possession. It's a good flick up high. Sends Risen out with the rest of his boost tank. Now trying to look for the pass towards the center. Guns was there, but didn't have the confidence and realizes he might be needed in the defensive line.
This might be the best passage of play we've seen this entire series here from Deathcloud, potentially even the entire season. They've got no reward to show for it. Guns, once again, trying to put Inspire under pressure. Does so, but the demo in the mid from Daze is going to alleviate a lot of that instantly. Lebosh always finding a way out, always finding a creative way out. Sometimes physical, sometimes mechanical. They have unlimited tricks, it seems, as Nitro can't get it into the opponent's side just yet, having to rely on Guns. That wide shot, that might be in, no, Daze reaches.
Oh, and again, you can see Deathcloud, as soon as Guns does take on the offensive, they are there to back him up. And what a cutback from Nitro to stop that and alleviate some of the pressure. That would have been a devastating shot, but the ball not out of danger just yet. Guns is flipped badly, and Nitro doesn't have the boost to work with to clear that out. So they have to team up into this, but they only managed to just scrape past the halfway mark until they're back in the defensive line. Save again added towards the tally, but they've at least done the work for now, holding the scoreline level at 0 apiece. It's this one goal that both teams still searching for, and Lebosh maybe getting frustrated right now, despite considering the lack of rewards that they're getting for these creative plays that you mentioned.
Who's closer to that one goal? I would say even potentially, arguably, it's Deathcloud. Yeah, that more pressure phases, but here, backflip, that could spell danger. Guns! What a stop on the goal line. The reaction save, impeccable. And the second save will not come through. Daze dunks his way to the 1-0 lead.
Oh man, we said Guns can be one of the most impactful players to join a roster that is working so hard to live up to that. So he has been the one wrenching Deathcloud into this, but he's not alone. He cannot afford to be alone, and the Storm Cloud needs to come together right now and unleash a torrent on their opponents, because Lebosh have set themselves up with the one goal that they needed. No more change to the scoreline would mean that Lebosh would take our first series of the day. They're going to have another opportunity. Risen, he's actually turned it back. Stratic and Nitro come together. They spot out the goals from opposite sides, but again, the lack of clearance is a problem for them. Thankfully for Deathcloud, both those players committing into the early aggression means that there was no forthcoming shot after that, and Guns again gets a little bit tricky. Cannot find any purchase the long way around. Gets taken off the field for a second time, and maybe Lebosh just trying to buy their time, just whittle down their opponents. They remove Guns enough, they get themselves 30 seconds left for Deathcloud to do something.
30 seconds and possession. It's two good things here for Lebosh, perhaps even a goal. Daze! No, he can't bully his way past Guns this time. As Guns takes the ball up high. Risen already there to meet him, followed up by Inspire, and the follow-ups have been supreme by Lebosh. Could that be it? Could it be the dagger? Yes, it is! Daze changes the pressure and makes the cloud disappear.
When it comes to your top 8, any mistakes are going to get punished, and Lebosh has been doing that sublimely. Deathcloud with a couple too many little backflips, a couple of touches that maybe they were just going for the most fine edge that they could find, and unfortunately ghosting that ball completely on the way through. They get punished time and time again. This time it was 2 goals too many for them, unable to find a goal for themselves, and Lebosh take the series in the shortest amount of time available towards them. They're going to be buoyed up as they get themselves the tickets to Championship Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, it was just exactly what we talked about all season long. The top 6 are just built different, and it was that perfectly on display. Like, yes, Deathcloud are good, but they're not good enough. Even with the addition of Guns, I think it was very obvious to see that the only one from Deathcloud that felt comfortable at the pace was Guns, and unfortunately Stratic and Nitro not quite up to that, but still, they've given it their best, and unfortunately for them, their best wasn't enough in this instant. I mean, it's a deserved, also in the height, I think, a deserved victory here for Lebosh.
Yeah, it's just that they are, like you say, a step above. We've said it the whole way through. Foot is kind of holding the tempo at the very top. Then you had the next 3 or 4 teams who kind of clung together around the center. And Pyro, I'm interested to hear what your thoughts on that series were. I mean, you are going to be going to an interview just now, so don't give away all of your secrets.
Oh.
Final thoughts, a little summary?
I get my secrets. The interview is about getting the players' secrets, so that's fine. I felt like Lebosh were just capitalizing on the mistakes from Deathcloud Esports. They did such a good job of making them feel awkward, whether that was getting some awkward touches on the goal line, being too far pushed up. I saw a lot of rotations where the last defender just wasn't in motion to the back post. And they were punished on that time and time again with goal line 50s and just the clinical shot taking out of Labosh. So to me, there's like a higher ceiling for Death Cloud Esports for sure, just to be a more formidable unit on defense. And they just never got their feet set today. That's what it felt like.
And it is a fair point. I mean, Bromeo, you run RSC so much, and we do get to see people like Strategic and Nitro. They do showcase a lot of skill when they're in those local competitions, but it just feels like the lack of exposure on the big stage against these import teams is costing them.
I feel that even saying that is overly critical. They have made top 8. And because they haven't progressed into top 6 doesn't diminish that at all. And sure, they didn't get the result they wanted to yesterday, but they had an absolute barnstorming run yesterday. And I feel like their run should be remembered from what they achieved yesterday than how it finished today. And of all the takings to take from it, there have been some really, really good results. Yes, the team cohesion wasn't looking like it needed to, but by the same token, they're a brand new team. So we couldn't really expect too much more than that anyway. So chin up, Death Cloud. You guys have achieved a lot, and I hope to see a few of you stick together until, next season, because that is how you get better.
I like that. I actually really do like that. You cannot take away this best of show that they've done of all season, really. And I mean, you only really get that sort of experience when you play against better people. And I mean, being constantly shoved out and getting maybe one sighting of one of these top teams in your entire Swiss stage / GSL run means that you are not calibrated to the same level. And I mean, this is something we kind of chatted about it the whole way through. There definitely seemed to me to be an improvement as the series went on there for Death Cloud.
I mean, yeah, definitely. The thing was the improvement, the steps needed to be made were just too steep. Let's just put it that way for Death Cloud on the day. I think what you're saying is also what Bromance just said with keeping together, sticking together, working out together. Obviously, RLCS for Death Cloud is now finished, but there is local competition going on, and I think Stratic and Nitro, they've been teaming together for a long time as well, so they sort of know, and they've been improving in tandem. I don't think Guns is necessarily the player that's going to be their third in the end. I think he's aiming at higher echelons, but if these two can continue to improve and keep on the grind and keep the motivation high, I think we will see more of Stratic and Nitro in top 8s, top 12s, sort of that sort of area.
It brings up an interesting point, Pyro, and that's where I kind of want to throw back to you again on this one. Guns has struggled to find a roster, and that must be very difficult for a team who's bringing him on to adjust to, but also for Guns himself. I mean, he's undoubtedly a very mechanical player, and must be kind of a little bit difficult to now find the freedom or have the confidence in your teammates to go for all of these plays without any sort of hesitation.
To me, there's two sides of this coin. Talk about struggling to find a roster. I feel like circumstance is not part of his decision-making. He didn't stay on the same roster. I feel like with all good intentions, it was to stay on a team and build that throughout the season. So there is that desire from him, at least from what I can see, to remain on that single roster. But second-handedly, we've seen players like, I see Guns as like the rise of SSA. Like, you can team hop and you can do really well, and he's demonstrated that by making top 8 with 3 different teams. So right, there's two sides to that coin where it's like, yeah, us analysts, we like teams that stick together and build on something, that can fortify against any import team. But maybe Guns can also just do that if he really wants to.
Yeah, but I don't like it's the sort of bubble mentality that we know it from NA and EU. It's like the bubble player mentality. Oh, if it doesn't work the first try around, I'm going to try with 2 completely different people, and then you don't build anything. You don't necessarily develop the team skills that are necessary. You don't develop the sort of phases where you work through ups and lows, right? And that's what I sort of don't like with that approach.
Well, it's going to be an interesting future to see for Guns and the rest of this team. Unfortunately, they are out for the weekend, but our victors, well deserved, take themselves into that top 6 spots. And we do have Inspire there, the double tap king of game number 1, if nothing else. And we're going to throw it across to Bromeo and Pyro for that interview.
Hey, Inspire, good to chat to you once again. It's the final open of the season. You've bagged the top 6 finish already. How's the squad feel?
Mate, we're absolutely buzzing. Just feeling really good. I think we were struggling a bit in scrims and other things in the past week. But today just felt amazing, honestly. Everything was working. We were scoring goals. Just amazing.
You guys looked amazing out there. It's no surprise to hear that you're feeling amazing as well. I gotta ask, just right off rip here, Inspire, like, that was one of the quickest playoff matches I think we've watched in a while. How does it feel to maybe prepare so much for a main event playoffs match in RLCS and then be done so quickly?
Honestly, mate, I'm starving. I really want to go eat some. I'm not really... I'm quite happy that it finished quickly.
Then I won't keep you too long with my questions in that case. I do want you to get some food. That's very, very important. I just want to talk a little bit about the match. So from my standpoint, it felt like what you guys did best was force defensive mistakes out of your opponents. Was that part of the game plan, or did that come more naturally?
Our game plan, we just wanted to be on the ball as fast as possible, not give them any space, and I feel like pressuring them that much automatically results in them making defensive mistakes. So it kind of came with the way we approached our game.
Yeah, definitely part of the game plan. Then one more from me in that case. This is your top 6, your 5th top 6 in a row. But Inspire, you guys keep getting stopped there, right? You haven't had that taste of top 4. What has to change? What difference maker needs to come through for Labosh to make top 4 this final open?
Mate, I think if we keep playing like this, I think I have a really confidence that we can make it this time, especially after finishing top 6. I think 5 times now. And I think in 3 of the opens we played Hayward, Risk, Limitless or FOD, which honestly I feel like we are just not at that level yet, and we always like really struggle against them. I think now we played the loser of Limitless 7-7, and we are confident against both. So just like last time, I feel like this might be the call. We do it. We break the curse.
All right.
Well, then I've got 2 last questions for you. One, depending on this answer you give me now, what are your thoughts now that you've completed a full season SSA? You're going to be coming back next?
Really tough. I mean, I did like it here. It felt like I could get involved into the community. We have been trying to scrim local teams a lot, just to try and help them, you know. I also messaged Greybeard, like, if there's anything I can do, like, let me know. I really want to help. And I don't know, maybe we'll see.
All right, well, that's a good answer, and I suppose that's the best we can ask for. And as for the rest of this current competition, good luck, and I'm sure you guys will do great.
Thank you so much.
Don't you just love to hear when the international guys are like, we want to be involved in the local scene. We want to scrim them out. We want to help them develop, because that's what South Africa needs. So a big shout out to Inspire for those wonderful words here towards the locals. We're going to game number 2 right now as they get to now relax for the rest of the evening. And they will be taking on, as Inspire correctly said, the loser of the 77 blocks versus Limitless game that we're going to showcase as game number 3 today. But now we go across to the 2 new people towards our top 8. It is, of course, Genesix versus Tradui. And this one, I'm sure we've got Greybeard on cast for you guys, don't worry. And he's got so much passion for this Genesix roster. But their thoughts of this upcoming match. And I think I'm going to start with you, Bro.
Well, look, I feel like this is a completely unknown game. Genesix placing their first top 8 since the first Open, and Tradui being the newest team here. So there are 0 stats at this level to support any team. Neither had a convincing run through, although both of them made it here. Tradui went down by the hands of, who was it here? I'm just having a look. It was by the hands of Deathcloud. And Genesix also finished on the lowers after they went down, via the hands of Foot. So either which way, this is a tough call.
I mean, Genesix losing to Foot is not an unpredictable result there. And so the fact that they managed to hold their own against everyone else is a really good sign for the locals. And Macht, I don't know about you, but I'm really excited the fact that we get to see a Lycan returning to a championship weekend.
You know me, I love me a bit of Eli on a Saturday. I love me Eli even a bit more on the Sunday, but maybe we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But it is as Bromeo just said, it's a weird game, this, because this is the best placement that Genesix have had in this entire split, and with Eli on the roster. And the side of Tradui is, well, basically unpredictable. We don't know. That's the long and the short of it. We try in the time we have to research this, because this is only yesterday night, right, where we know who is going to be top 8, and we have found about 5 pieces of information from the players of Tradui. All their strategy accounts are like from April, May. Their Discord accounts are new. Like, we only yesterday found out how high they peaked in ranked, right? So this is entirely and completely unpredictable what's going to happen, and I sort of like it for that, but I also sort of hate it for that.
Well, maybe you guys at home have got a better read on these two teams, because the chat vote is now open. Weigh in and let us know who you believe is going to be the betters. Of course, Genesix #G6 with the local representation. Maybe this is going to skew it just a little bit. Otherwise, #TS for Tradui. And we go into, like you guys say, some of the most limited team comparisons we've ever had. So with that in mind, Pyro, is there anything here that is a good indication for one side or the other?
You know what? To me, this kind of match for Genesix is like, it's off the stat sheet, right? My biggest criticism from the loser of last match was the lack of cohesion just on defense. I did not see the right kind of movements and rotations. To me, though, Daps and Declan, and with a like him that's smart on that behalf, I expect them to be more consistent on defense. And I mean, check out the save counts, right? Declan, Daps, and Eliakim all over 1.5. So they've at least got the experience there to play the defense if necessary.
My favorite stat on this whole... Yeah, go for it.
Sorry, check out the accuracy on the players of Tradui. Like, we questioned how did they get here. They beat Cosmico and Pony no Jutsu yesterday. I mean, 54% shooting accuracy and 41% shooting accuracy from Zeli. Certainly not going to hurt you in that regard. So I think the defense from Genesix has to be well on their toes.
My favorite stat here is Declan sitting at a 0.09 assists per game. That means he's done one in the entire series, but also has the highest goals per game for his team. So when he starts running away with it, that should be a very interesting play to see. We get to see a little bit of that stats. Yep, that basically sums up this matchup right now. What do we know? Nothing. Literally nothing. So it now takes us towards our predictions. Chance, again, or everything up in the air, are we going with people that we have seen a couple of times? Because let's be fair, this Genesix roster is not unknown in the terms of the greater scheme of things. Romeo, you got to see a lot of these guys. I mean, Eli's the one who really stands out to me, but Daps and Declan are also not unknown players in our local rosters.
I think, just from that perspective alone, it gives credence to Genesix feeling like they possibly have the upper hand in this, is that they've got a long-standing roster, they've got a team that's been sitting together for a while, all of these players know each other well, and for the final split, open of the season, they have nothing to lose. So I think it is like we said, it's incredibly difficult to, pick a winner here. But for, Pyro rightly saying they've been consistent, they've been close, and they haven't placed as high. So I think I would favor them to take it through.
Genesix to take the win right now. Any scoreline on that?
Oh, I have no idea.
That's asking too much.
Idea.
Okay, don't worry about it. Okay, Mark, any more confidence in this or leaning one way or the other?
I come to the same conclusion that Genesix takes, but I got a very different rationale. I think Genesix got everything to lose. They are playing against three completely unknown players that, Nohara's got a peak of 17-11 out of Switzerland. Flaky is first American we've seen, by the way, in an SSA main event, but he's playing out of Europe apparently, so also peak of 18-27, and then Zeli with 2.1k, so 2,171 in this peak. Everything points to Genesix needing to win the game, but Traduit have been beating Cosmico, Traduit have been beating Pony no Jutsu, so have been beaten 2 local teams already. For me, it's third time's the charm. Certainly now, on Saturday, with Stream, with a lot of pressure, Genesix win this one 4-1.
All right, Pyro, we're running out of time. Let's do this nice and quick. You get one justification.
Okay, well, in that case, I like Genesix's wins over Strive, and we'll have a look. Those are strong import rosters. I think they can do it again. Give me Genesix.
I hate being the one to give an entire desk sweep, but you know what? I like the local boys. I don't have to give anything more than that. I'm going to give this to Genesix. Let's take it home, but I do hope that it's going to be a close match so we can get to see a showcase of this international. Seems like the chat vote is on our side right now, so they've got everyone behind them, and we're going to be throwing it. Match number 2, Traduit versus Genesix, and we have got Rhino and the wonderful returning Greybeard to take us away.
2 teams lacking mainstream experience enter the top 8 arena in the final open of the season, with one team having knocked on the door since the start while the other arrived and kicked the door in immediately. Genesix with Eliakim joining have grown in power from top 22 to top 12 to now the joint highest point this season. Meanwhile, Traduit arrived from absolutely nowhere to try and upset the apple cart. It's Genesix versus Traduit for a spot in Championship Sunday with myself and Greybeard. Let's go!
I am so thrilled to see Genesix in the top 8, and now they got to push further. It's been a season of almost for them. They almost made it. They almost got through, but they've fallen short. And now, in the last regional of the season, they have the opportunity to put that right. With the introduction of Eli, they've looked far better. They've looked solid, and hopefully now they can take it. And away we go. Let's go, Commandos! And I'm going to call the blue team Translate.
Okay. And I'm sure a lot of people will understand why as Eli comes to on that right-hand side. Nohara sends it away, but only as far as Daps. It's a nice catch from Daps, but actually is Eli able to take advantage. Now there's an opportunity as Eli breaks the lines. Nohara collects. Daps will try to find this one forwards. It will waterfall. Zeli makes the save and passes to the passer.
Positive starter from Genesix. They're in front of the net. There's going to be a shot. It rebounds awkwardly, and now big, important work from Dat to get that touch to allow his team to get back. That could have been monster trouble there, okay? But looking a little scrappy in defense for the moment. They do finally get it cleared.
Yeah, a little bit of a team bump, a little bit of stress to give Greybeard on the desk next to me. This is Flaky, by the way, who is Bruninho in server, as Declan now flies down the right-hand side, tries to find a pass in, but Nohara blocks him off. Nice demo from Declan. It might be worth nothing. Nohara takes a shot. Good save coming through from Eli.
An important low boost defending Declan. Pretty much had an open net there. Couldn't find the angle and the height to get that into the net. Eli trying to get around this. Good little pressure here from Genesix. Daps taking a bit of time, wanting to be patient, wanting to make sure he doesn't give up the pressure they have. They give it up for the moment. Eli will bring it back in. Very good. They've got to make this pressure count now, Rhino. They've had the better of it. They've had their nervous times in defense, but pushing up, they just got to find their way between the sticks.
Oh, they really do. Eli's going to try and get up for this one, and I do just want to correct myself from earlier. I said Bruninho was flaky. It actually isn't. It's a substitute coming through for Traduit. Do not have their first team here. Flaky doesn't make it. That was a very, very late clearance. Declan on the right-hand side will be cleared here by Zeli. Picked up now by him. No challenge. Opportunity. As Eli now reads that one off the backboard. Nice pass inside. Declan takes a shot. Has he split the uprights? No. Good save.
And Zeli, not to be confused with Eli, clear off the goal line. More pressure from Genesis, which doesn't result in a goal. And now they've got to do some defending. It's high and loose. Declan should get there first. He does, but he's not going to have a follow. He does. It's heading towards the net. Someone needs to get on the end of this. Surely it goes in. It doesn't. Eli can't turn around. And probably their best opportunity of the game so far on the stroke of halfway. But still, no goal for Genesis. Oh. And still not.
Bruninho able to get a hand up to that. But you are right. It's been all Genesis so far this game. And contrast to what we saw from Deathcloud, which was a very scrappy, very unclear of the game plan kind of team in that first game of the day. Genesis have come in with a very clear game plan, with a very clear setup, and it might cost them now. No, Daps able to clear that away before it's forced over the line. Traduit with an opportunity there. Eli just about gets past Nohara, but when they try and aggress, when Traduit get in the faces of Genesis, it is very difficult for them to clear their lines. They proved that they can. Oh, that's a lovely pinch. Eli finds the bottom right corner. It's Genesis taking the lead.
And so important for Genesis to have this goal finally bearing fruit of their pressure and their play after having to swallow their hearts down from their throats just moments before. It's so disheartening when you've had so much pressure and then you concede. They avoid that and finally get their goal. Maybe a second one being lined up here. Daps gets there. It's loose in the middle. Here comes Eli screaming in. It's blocked, but only as far as Daps. He's going to have a shot. Does he get a pass? He doesn't. More excellent pressure from Genesis. Heading toward a second. Doesn't come. But they are building and building and building this pressure.
And here we go. Eli off the left-hand side. Doesn't really get too much there, but Daps finds the pass over to Declan, who can take this through now. Has Eli in front of him. Deals with one. Off the backboard. Cleared away by Bruninho for the moment. Daps invited to push forwards and try and get maybe a bump, maybe a demo, but ends up just backing away. Now this pass back is really going to find anything. The pass middle. Declan has to close the angle down. Doesn't. Zeli off the backboard. Had a couple of attempts at that and doesn't get the shot on target. Still 1-0.
Man, it's moments like that where you're like, okay, this one goal lead is looking very, very thin. And we see the buildup of pressure for the first time really in this game from Translate. But it does finally break down, and Genesis back over on the Traduit half. Trying to make something happen, build it up. Here comes Daps, looking for the pass. He does it, but his teammate not quite there. Eli completes the effort at a pass, dies on his way through, so can't do much with it. They've got 15 seconds to hold in, and it doesn't seem 100% convincing right now, although if they can sink this, here comes Declan.
It was a nice idea. I've got to say, I don't mind the tentative nature of Genesis here in this game. They are sitting back, they are not committing, but they have won game one. And as long as there is a Genesis win on the board, they're not going to feel too bad about how the game has gone. But yeah, it does make it very nervy for us in the booth because obviously, it looks a little bit shaky. But Genesis are just trying to play that kind of low block style where they let Traduit come onto them and then they counter-attack and then they try and break. And I like that style of Rocket League. And when they do break, they don't over-aggress. We've seen too many people, too many teams who are native to SSA make those mistakes where they overcommit. They push 3 men forwards to try and force the goal. Genesis not being lured into that kind of game today, and that bodes very well for them this series.
And the shot count for Traduit, not too bad. They had 7 there. They had more shots than it felt like they had when you were watching that, given the number of opportunities they had over on the other side. But they did, you're being outshot only by 9 out of Genesis. They're going to want to improve that conversion rate. But overall, a very good, solid game. From Genesis. It just felt like they should have had a little more fruit from their efforts and opportunities there. But you certainly don't feel like Traduit are out of this. They are there, thereabouts. So So Genesix, if they are to move forward here, they're going to have to batten down and do more of what they're doing and do it slightly better if they can.
Yeah, there is no shame. There is no loss of momentum by losing a game by 1 goal. Tyler will not be worried about that. They will be worried about how much kind of possession that Genesix had, but they won't be worried for long because they put paid to all of that. Nohara finds a goal after the pass from Zeli off the left side.
9 seconds in, and they level up the series tally of goals, which now stands at just 2. And you get the sense the low-scoring affair of Game 1 might be over here in Game 2. As we see the first goal after just 9 seconds, and it is Tradoui on the attack. The bright start for Genesix in Game 1 has not been repeated in the early stages of Game 2, but here they come. The shot toward the net. Bruninho gonna take it off the backboard, off the post, and get something building up over on the Genesix side.
And here comes Nohara out of the corner. There's 2 jumping for joy. They've missed it. There's an opportunity for the counter now. 1v1. Eli tries to beat Nohara, wins the 50. But he takes too long, and the players get back. Great hold-up play by Tradoui, but is it enough? Chance for Eli. No second man again. And Genesix, when you're 1-0, when you're 0-0, you can get away without playing that second man. When you are 1-0 down, you need that goal back. You need to be pushing men forwards.
Man, did we almost have an amazing clippable moment from Eli. Couldn't get on in that backflip here. Almost loses possession for Tradoui. They do get it back. And already it feels like they've had more offensive pressure in the opening minute and a half or so of this game than they had in the whole of that game number 1. And they certainly having the momentum and the advantage for the time being here in Game 2. And all importantly, they have the goal lead.
Yeah, they do. I just want to bring up the fact that I feel like Eli's a wizard. He makes 0 boost look like 100. I don't know how he manages to break down that left-hand side like he just did. It's so impressive to see. Here is Declan taking this ball up the right-hand side, wanting the bump, not finding it. It's up in the middle from Zeli. Bruninho goes through. The demo is in, but the shot is not. Declan off the left side, needs a double, finds it too, but the angle isn't in, and Tradoui can clear.
Oh man, the second amazing clippable moment that doesn't come to pass. Genesix going to have to try again. Here they go. Eli and Declan getting each other's way a little bit. Eli takes the ball, loses possession, and now they got to go for the long distance hopeful clear. That's popped up. That could be awkward. Nohara comes in, but he doesn't have a lot of boost, and we can just sort of punt it forward. But they do keep the pressure, all importantly, and Genesix all bunching up on the base of their back wall for a moment, and they're struggling for the time being to get any kind of forward momentum happening.
That's big from Eli, though. He's got to follow this through. He gets the demo, but unfortunately not the ball. It was a little bit more important there that he actually manages to make a touch off the ball there, but he does get it back, plays it forwards. That is a powerful shot, and gets another demo. There's an opportunity here. Declan off the right-hand side, waterfalling in the corner. The pinch middle is not going to be found. Nohara intercepts, but Eli's there, waiting to strike, but Bruninho once again sending it away. A miss by Eli will give an opportunity to Daps, who fires forwards, but the save is in from Nohara.
Man, you feel if Daps had 12 more boost, there was a big defensive mistake, leaving the net open. The shot doesn't find its place, though. Is there a double on here? There is, but it's going to African bounce. Bruninho's up. No boost. Gets a touch off the backboard. Long clear from Eli. And they've still got plenty time, Genesix, but it took them a long time to construct their opening goal in Game 1. And it's ticking down here for them. Game 2. Declan, did he get bumped? He didn't. He does get on it. And he can only clear it straight into the hands of Zeli.
Yeah, and right now the boost battle is being won by Tradoui as it stands. They are taking all of the 100 boosts, making it really difficult for Genesix to refill those tanks. There is a mid boost here to be picked up, and Daps makes the most of it, sends it to the far side. Eli will collect. Just over 60 seconds to go, but the demo on the backlines could be devastating. Unless Declan wins that 50, he does do so, but it still gets sent away by Tradoui. Here's Bruninho just dropping it down for Nohara. Nice team play, but even better in goal from Genesix.
Well, I had a feeling with the opening goal after 9 seconds that this was going to be a high-scoring game. It's not. We are still stuck on just the 1 goal, this time in the favor of Tradoui. And Genesix trying hard to get it over to the other side. They've got 30 seconds left. There's going to be a shot. No, intercepted by Daps. But they're not getting it out. They've got to get over to the other side. They're running out of time. The save is on, and now full tanker boost. Here comes Eli, looking for a teammate. He's got Daps lurking down below, waiting for a pass. It doesn't come. But their first look over on the Tradui side for a long time, but it's not looking likely as it stands now. Just 6 seconds left for them to make it happen.
Apps over the top, looking for the double. He's taking it away, but no, he hasn't! Declan converts to the back post! And with their last opportunity of game number 2, Genesix finds something from nothing. I thought Daps had robbed us of the opportunity. Not the case. OT calls.
Man, oh man. Well, they burnt up the time they had available to them, but they got the result. We have a game 2 overtime, and this would be massive for Genesix if they can convert this into a win, considering that they were behind from 9 seconds into this game. That's heading to the net. It's not going to be 10 seconds of overtime. We have a level series.
Oh, all that for nothing. Great. Okay. Zeli comes off the right-hand side, does find the finish. Great work from Tradui. It would have been so easy for Tradui to go into that OT with their heads low, thinking, oh no, we're going to be 2-0 down. They've lost the momentum, all that. But within 10 seconds, they get on the front foot. They make Genesix fall back into a defensive position. And then they take advantage of that. Finds the angle from the right-hand side. Really nice finish. And Tradui take game number 2. The series is tied 1-1. The best of 7 now becomes a best of 5, Greybeard.
Well, you have, it's always incredibly disheartening when you've led for the entire game and then you concede, 0 seconds, in the final 10 seconds, you're like, oh man, we were so close. But then it's equally as disheartening when you get the equalizer in the dying moments and you think it's all falling for you now, and then you give it up 10 seconds of overtime. You're like, oh man, we did all that work. We should have done better. So, it's a trading of mental blows here. And the team who can get on top of that the quickest and adapt the quickest will succeed, hopefully. But we do have a level series, so there will not be a sweep for the second game in a row. And now, playing field is leveled. Both teams can start from scratch with a little less time than they had before.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be an interesting one to see, because it now looks like we've got 2 teams that are so evenly matched, right? Tradui and Genesix right now are playing some Rocket League that would make you think that these are 2 teams at the top of their level, and they are both playing kind of at that same level, which is great for us to watch, because that means that this game could go the distance. I would not be surprised if this one ends up going all the way to 7. Genesix want us to stop thinking about that right now as they try and get early on the board early, and I think that's what they were missing in game 2, Greybeard, was the pressure from the very first kickoff.
The big issue with Genesix is they are last-minute merchants. They love going to game 5s, to game 7s, to round 5 of Swiss. It's kind of their specialty, just to give all of their supporters a hard time. So yeah, game 7 wouldn't be surprising, but I would love to see them take this down in 5, take it down in 6 in the worst case. But that is very much in their hands, the hands of the 3 players on the field. Here comes Eli, gets over, last man to beat. Ball's loose in the midfield, and it's going to be picked up by Tradui. Oh, the passing play, what a save!
That was an absolutely gorgeous flowing move from Tradui, and now it's Genesix to try and answer. The double touch won't come through, though. Nohara hiding behind a player, and going to be able to go up and get a hand to that one. Good backboard defense from the all-European roster now that they don't have Flaky playing for them on the field today. Ball over to the right-hand side. Zeli will collect, goes by. I like him now, trying to take this around the side. Ball into the middle, dealt with. High in the air, Bruninho dealing with it for the moment. And a little bit of a moment where both teams are trying to get that possession, trying to figure out how to build an attack. Tradoui seem to have got it a little bit better than Genesix. Maybe not off the crossbar. Oh, no second man to follow. Chance here for Declan, but it goes to the side.
Oh, man. Oh, man. A far more, probably the most even start to a game in the series. They're a little bit awkward now. That's not a great touch. No, huge defensive mistake from Genesix, and they are punished.
Oh, who was it? Declan, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't want to call you out, buddy, but that is one you should not be missing at any level, at any stage. It's a freebie for Tradoui, and it will be 1-0 as Genesix looks to get the immediate answer, and it's off the post, and have they got to follow through? Daps doesn't really win the 50. It kind of goes even. The bump is in. One of the Tradoui players sent to absolute space by Daps, I think it was, who now comes back through, but he's got 3 defenders sizing him up, and the first one makes the block. Still 1-0.
Oh, man, you see moments like that, and you wonder if it's going to be one of those games, you know, where you pull off these great maneuvers, these great shots, and they go wide, crossbar down and out, or someone just gets fingertips on it, and you're like, oh man, what do we got to do to get a goal here? Here we go, Declan trying to make something happen. It's going to come straight down, but it's going to be picked up by Tradoui, who just, Nohara sends it straight forward, and Daps sends it back with a little bit of interest, but then it comes right back.
Yeah, a bit of ping pong being played in the middle of the park as clearance comes through from Nohara, and you have to remember that Tradoui are almost going to be entitled the team that are the native team killers at this point. They took down Cosmico, they took down PNJ, got an opportunity here to take down Genesix, and that would be a little feather in their cap, I guess, from their perspective, as Declan collects this one out the corner. Ball up from Bruninho, opportunity for Nohara, but Eli makes a strong save to the corner.
And Genesix very much on a defensive bent right now. Here comes Declan. Oh, looking for the edge dribble. Cringe doesn't get there. Shot from Eli, blocked out from Zeli. Lovely little read on the play coming in and what was going to happen. Hard to get in front of that, but get in front of that he does. And here we go, Eli trying to get past Nohara, does there, but Bruninho going to be behind and send it right back. It's 3v1 and it's very awkward. Genesix in trouble. Eli will take it out last minute, and they find themselves pretty much where they were in game 1.
Yeah, but we've seen this before. We've seen Genesix fight back from this position before. The problem is so have Tradoui, so they're not going to take this lightly. They want to see this over the line. Can Genesix do it again? Couple of resets from Declan over the top. Backboard, not really defended. And Genesix had an opportunity to get in front there. They just weren't able to. Declan.
What?
I mean, he is showing off those mechs right now, is Declan. Getting a couple of resets in. I love to see it.
Yeah, just one of them's got to go into the net, please. We have 18 seconds left. The late show from Genesix is now on. This is where they like to score. This is where they like to bring it in. They have the opportunity. Last 10 seconds. Oh, no, it's been missed and everybody's up. Huge trouble. Zeli can't get it on. And I don't know if Genesix is going to be able to get it out. They try and ground it, and it is grounded. Tradoui take the lead. 2-1 to them.
Yeah, for sure. And we talked about it after that game 2. It feels like an even game. It feels like it could go either way. Game 3, exactly the same. A 1-0 win from Tradoui. But at the same time, you look at those statistics, you look at the whole context of the game, it feels so unbelievably close. 8 shots to 5 in favor of Tradoui that time. The demo's coming through more from Genesix. Declan specifically, I'd like to see a few more from the side of Genesix, if I'm being honest. I think they're being a bit kind to Tradoui at the moment. They're not getting in their faces. And that is all it was. Just one mistake from Genesix is all that cost them in this game. They can cut down on those kind of big mistakes at that point. They've got a real shot in this game, but they have to make sure that those backboard defenses, those backboard hits are locked in.
And they were pushed back a lot more than they have been. Their lowest shot count of the series so far with just 5 there. And so not being given for the most part in that game. It was a far more even start. In game 1, Genesix came out of the gate. They were looking good from the start, and that was done by Tradoui in game 2. Game 3, it was a lot more even for a long time. but you did feel like Genesix were being pushed more and more back. And when they went behind, they struggled from that point to find their way back in and find that pressure attacking play that we saw from them in game 1 and in parts of game 2.
Oof, lovely reset early from Eliakim. Not going to find Payda just yet, but more of those, and you will be putting Khadui out of position. Ball played forwards. Bruninho not going to read that one. There's an opportunity as it falls. No commitment from Genesix, really. And now they're sent scrambling back to their own half. Nohara going to try and shut them down inside their own half. Does very, very well. Zeli can't get up before Declan. Bruninho tries to stop this attack in its tracks and does very well. Plays it across the field.
A lot of midfield play for the time being, heading toward the net. That's going to be high and out. Who gets the rebound? The shot is on. The save is on. And nervy moments for Genesix. But Tradoui looking the more likely of the two teams to score right now. Looking the slightly more organized as they go forward. Bruninho with the last bit of boost. The shot is on and wide. Not quite on target. And Tradoui will feel like they should have scored, but they don't.
Don't yet. Of course, it is still early. A nice shot from Daps. He wanted the bump onto Bruninho, but he moved out of the way nicely. And another
2v1.
one. It's a 2v1. The bump tries to come through. Declan avoids it. And now Genesix can try and build something. But this is something that I feel like a lot of the import teams are significantly better at than the native teams right now, is when you've got forward momentum, when you've sent the ball downfield, you capitalize on it. You play the 50s. You keep the opposition in their half. Something that Genesix haven't done very well so far this series. Daps doesn't care. He finds a laser. Rhino shut up. It's 1-0.
Yeah, good stuff. Declan into the middle. Daps is up. Gives it an absolute rocket. And Bruninho there, I think, at the back, trying to get the save. Gets the touch, but he can only redirect it at 119 k's an hour into his own net.
Yeah. Sometimes that's all you can do. Sometimes the shot is so powerful, so on target, that you simply have no choice. He got a hand up to it. He did get a touch on the ball, but unfortunately could not prevent it from going in. So now off the backboard, Demo on the back lines. It's a 3v2 for the moment. Shot on.
Oh, okay.
Nice saving that ball, really.
Yeah, that was kind of interesting. I think he had a plan and then realized he couldn't execute, and then it just became, oh, well, I'm here now.
Yeah, I think
this is
so.
a vulnerable time for Genesix. Right after they've scored, they do look a little bit vulnerable, a little bit breakable, and they're scrabbling in defense. They're getting the touches in front of the net, but not convincing. And now maybe Declan, no boost to set up anything in attack.
Oh, and that's an opportunity. Zeli managing to make this work, even after being put forwards. That's a really nice block by Daps, but unfortunately he plays it right into the bonnet of Zeli's car, and he's able to keep the run going. Finishes into the net. Genesix can't defend. And with 2.5 minutes left on the clock, we are all square, 1-1.
1 all apiece, as Bromeo might say. Genesix on the attack only briefly, now immediately on defense. Let's see what Daps can do, trying to go as far as he can across. Doesn't win out on the 50. It does stay in the midfield. Eli's up, heads it toward the net. There's a double commit from Tradoui, but it's enough to get it at least away from the net for the time being.
Yeah, but you know Genesix are going to come forwards again, and here's Declan. Gets a pinch off the ceiling. He's got a pass. It's top corner. No way. Eli denied by 2 pieces of woodwork. A double commit there from Genesix. And Greybeard, at what point do they start getting frustrated that these opportunities, these chances that sometimes would drop for them, simply are not?
Well, I would say right at that moment, the moment that hit the crossbar and went wide, I think frustration levels increased a notch or two.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if you are absolutely right. The 50 managing to be won by Eli as now the clearance. That is on target. Nohara going to have to block it off. Slightly out of position. Actually does really well to put that on the backboard so slow that he can go up to pick it up as well and maintain possession. Ball into the middle. It's Declan looking for a teammate. The drop down cleared away by Nohara. Daps now off the sidewall. Zeli gets the clearance. There's a go-ahead opportunity, but Declan shuts it down before it can get too powerful.
All right, and immediately having to defend. Okay, they've got some room now. Defensive demo's giving them a bit of space, although Daps loses out on that 50. Picked up by Eli. Here he comes. He's got no boost, can't go up. And this is good for Genesix, but they just got to be aware of what they're doing. Don't give away possession now. Find a teammate. Declan into the middle. Eli goes up. He's last man. He loses out. Fortunately, it heads toward the corner.
Wow.
The angle out of the corner is magnificent from Brunino. The substitute. Fantastic angle, fantastic read. Genesix in trouble.
The Portuguese man doing it for Traduit. And with 27 seconds remaining, he might have just won them the game. He might have just given them series point. The ball into the middle. Daps now to collect. It's another opportunity for Genesix, which is now or never. 15 seconds remain. Got to keep possession here, Eli. Gets past one. Needed another touch, didn't find it. And now it's panic stations for Genesix. Daps down the right-hand side. Pass into Eli. Fakes out one. He's through the air. He flicks forwards. It's saved by Bruninho. He scores at one end. He saves at the other. And might have just won Traduit this game. He certainly has. Ball drops to the ground. Genesix are losing 3-1 to Traduit.
Early in game 2, you said it wouldn't surprise you if this went to game 7. Well, it's going to have to if Genesix are to win. They have to win everything from here. They got to do 3 on the trot. Meanwhile, Traduit sitting pretty. They've got multiple opportunities to take this series and march into the top 6.
Yeah, they have 3 of them to be exact. But hey, Genesix doing what I asked of them. They only got 2 demos in the previous game. They got 4 in that one. So, you know, I expect to see 8 now coming up in game 5. And we continue to extrapolate as much as we possibly can. But that goal from Zeli is pretty spectacular. And then Declan flying through here. If that drops in, we're talking about a completely different complexion of the game. Eli into the top left corner. Just feel like they needed that for their confidence. They didn't get it. And then this one, Eli goes for the flick. Maybe expected an early challenge. It didn't come. And that's Genesix now with a timeout. And I do not blame them. I think that's the right.
They've got to take a breath, take a moment, sort of resettle into the sort of Rocket League they were playing in game 1, which looked very good. And these, we spoke about frustration levels, and this is a frustrating series for Genesix. These have been close games, all of them 1-goal games. So not very high scoring, very tight, very close. And in that sort of situation, you feel like with every single game you've lost, if a tiny thing had been different, you would have won. You would have been the team with a multiple game lead here. So yeah, take the time out, take a moment, breathe, rediscover oneself, and then come out there and play the sort of game you know you can play.
We'll see if they can do that as we start looking ahead to game number 5. It's do or die now for Genesix. They must win 3 games on the bounce. They are to progress to top 6. Meanwhile, Traduit, it's a very, very different look. They can win any one of the next 3 games, and we will be seeing them tomorrow on Championship Sunday. 6 players in the lobby means a Rocket League game is getting underway, and Genesix fighting for their open 6 lives.
Game 5 in the Aquadome. Bruninho with an early opportunity tries to fake out Declan, doesn't quite get there. But the immediate pressure from Traduit. Eli, there's not a great clearance. It goes a little bit, but straight into the hands of Traduit. And now the read off the ceiling, not the most convincing, but it's set it up very nicely. It's floating high, bang! 22 seconds, Traduit in the lead.
Yeah, that didn't take long, did it? Bruninho with a nice double touch. Daps and Eli, neither can make it up. Eli had more boost. He wasn't ready to get up to that one. Traduit take the lead 1-0 with 4 minutes 38 left on the clock. Still plenty of time in this game, and Genesix have been in this position before. But I've got to say, Traduit are looking a lot more settled. They're looking a lot more like the team in charge of this series now, even if the games have only been 1 goal. Oh, Eli, he has been haunted by that left-hand post.
How many times have we seen this? The almost goals from Genesix. It is wild. It's frustrating. It's got to be so annoying for them. But you got nothing to do except try again. Get on it and build up something. Here we go. Daps But nice clear off the backboard from Bruninho. Nohara sends it long distance forward. And Genesix not getting out of their half for long periods of time. Oh, big opportunity here. No one can get there.
Yeah, no boost, unfortunately, for Daps. And now he's got to run back and make a save. Did have some boost to make that one, but he spent all boost to make that play. Bruninho trying to go over the top. Eli takes it through. And now he's got an opportunity. He goes coast to coast. But he's blocked away by Zeli. Declan has to try and make something of this. Eli's still forwards, but a missed touch means it just gets played into the corner easily by Tradoui.
Eli betrayed by his first touch there. Another mistake from Eli. Huge problem. He's going to have the angle. He doesn't. Fortunately, he misses that. Bruninho going to have a shot. Goes for the backboard. And, Genesix looking a little fragile. Declan! Surely now! Yes, indeed! Oh, they get a modicum of luck going their way.
Can you imagine if that one doesn't go in? Oh my goodness, how the mental would have flown. But it does, and the equalizer's in for Genesix. And now Tradoui once again find themselves level with their opponents. It's nice work from Declan off the kickoff. He's going to need a little bit more. Cleared away by Bruninho. Shut down. Waterfall. Zeli to clear. And he does clear. The pass is in as well. Bruninho trying to get around the side. Eli takes it off his bonnet. Now there's another opportunity with Zeli in the corner. Cleared away by Declan. Can he make another touch on this one? Wants the 50. And does manage to not find anything there, unfortunately. The clearance back in from Genesix. Eli out of the corner. Blocked away by Nohara and sent away.
We head to the halfway mark, and it is 1-1. Do or die for Genesix. Not so for Tradoui. But Genesix, at least for the moment, looking better than they have for a while. But they are still struggling at times to get that long distance clear. This is very good, but it's going to find Tradoui, and they can head it right back to the Genesix half. And they are once again pinned back. Has that got the distance? It's got the legs! Oh my word. 12 boost, 6 boost, 5 boost in the end, saving Tradoui.
Yeah, and as we say, if they just got a little bit of extra power on that clearance, that goes in. That's it. 2-1 to Genesix. Talking about going to potentially gain number 6 is Eli over the top. Pinch off the ceiling, but Zeli in position now to bring that one through. Bruninho taking it around into the middle, cleared away by Eli. This now is Dap's going to leave it for Declan. No boost now for Declan. He wanted to disrupt the defense for Tradoui, and the pass into the middle is not good enough. Now off the backboard. Eli with the clearance. Nohara to turn on this one. Ball sent very high. Backboard defended for the moment. Zeli coming in from deep. And Eli deals with it and sends it long.
You feel Genesix have got to take a lead here. If they do, I think they hold on to it. Eli's up for the... How far can he take this? He's out of boost. I don't think he can do anything with it, although that touch from Nohara is not great. Declan got the boost! Oh, and post down! Oh, my word! Oh, the heartbreak so close, and now they got to immediately defend.
Yeah, they're moving back towards their own half, but hang on a moment. Eli's found a gap over the top. Zeli surely will be able to deal with it. He does push it, but only into the middle of his goal. Daps now collects off the left side, cleared away by Nohara. Zeli reset, looking to follow through. Wave dash doesn't quite work out. Declan drops it forwards. It's a nice touch from Daps. But the third man from Tradoui always seems to be that split second quicker than from Genesix. Always have each other's back. The teamwork from Tradoui is just that moment faster. Now Nohara off the backboard. Daps off the right-hand side, looking to bring it through into the middle. It's a weak touch from Zeli. There's an opportunity here, but the ball will drop. It's OT for Genesix to save top 6.
Last time we had overtime was game 2. It lasted all of 10 seconds. How long does it last, and who comes out victorious? Next goal, and we either have a top 6 for Tradoui or a game 6 for Genesix. And it is Genesix on the attack. Declan toward the net. It's saved away by Nohara.
Yeah, but this is really nice work. Keeping the pressure on, keeping Tradoui in their half. That drop down from Eli, though, is not very nice to see at all. Tradoui will try and bring this one away. Ball off the ceiling. That's a better touch from Eli. Up the right-hand side. Declan will be able to take it through over the top of a couple. Wanted the double touch, didn't get enough on it. And now Zeli can counter, but he's faked one out. Now flicks it forwards. No boost on the side, really, of Genesix. This one dropped down from Zeli. It's Eli now to go over the top. The bump not being found, and that cost them. They really needed to find something to disrupt the shadowy defense. It didn't come.
And here we go, Genesix trying to get the pass into the middle. Daps is there. It's going to fall down awkwardly for Tradui. Nice work from Bruninho to get it away. He doesn't have a lot of boost, but no one's closing him down. No one's pressuring him down. And he's allowed to take it over all the way to the other side. Another Genesix attack now. Floating down awkwardly, and their backboard defending has been exceptional, Tradui. So many times we've seen mechanical plays from Eli and others being thwarted by the defense of Tradui, and the defense continues, at least for the moment.
Yeah, and it really feels like it's been defense versus offense so far, but that is going to do it. The defense ends up winning out, and Tradui finds something from, to be honest, nothing. Nohara, it's an inconspicuous opportunity. Declan, the save on the initial kind of hit, but Bruninho follows through, finishes into the net. That is going to be Tradui going through into the top 6 here of Open 6, and Genesix. Well, they tied their best finish of the season so far. They do finish in 8th to 7th. But yeah, this is going to feel like a missed opportunity for them.
Absolutely, a series of what could have been 1-goal games, all of them, 5 on the trot. Genesix looked their best in game 1, had great moments throughout, but in the end, Tradui able to find the winner, and that is the ultimate desk and chat curse. Everyone backing Genesix, but it is Tradui who come out victorious. They'll go to top 6 tomorrow, and Genesix it's the end of the season for them.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we'll bring back in the desk. Hello, everybody, and sometimes that's just the way games like that go, eh?
That's kind of heartbreaking, I must admit. Graybeard, welcome back to the panel here, but I mean, let's go straight to you. Heartbreak doesn't even begin to describe it. I mean, these guys did so much work to get you, and then, like you say, a game of almosts.
I feel like I've traveled a lot of road with these guys, Eli, Daps, Declan, and it's... It is upsetting. It's upsetting for me. It's upsetting for the region. But hey, let's take our victories. And Bromeo has been very good with this in terms of seeing the positive on it. They got to top 8, and that's a place in the tournament they have failed to reach, and they are now here. So well done to them. That is progress. They will be furious with themselves, I have no doubt. But they did get further than they have. And before I hand off, I just want to know what on earth happened. I missed one segment and everybody gets into ties. I mean, hey, well, did I miss a meeting? My word. It's like, what's going on here?
This is my show now. I was like, everyone stood up. We are finishing off this season with a bit of class. And certainly we have had some high-class games to back that up behind. And Bromeo, Graybeard kind of just touched on it there. You had some very insightful words at the end of the last series. When a team accomplishes the best result that they've ever had, I mean, considering both these teams haven't made it to top 8 before, there has to be something said about the progress that squad is making as a team. And I certainly feel like that is pretty evident here, and it's good to see, like we said before, Eli and the squad making it to Championship Saturday.
Look, I firmly believe that when there is absolutely nothing on the line, you create your own meaning. And Genesix haven't had the results they wanted this season, but I am sure that they came into this weekend wanting to show the org that they deserve it, and just put some pride into the name, and I believe they've done that. I believe they've succeeded in what they set out to do. I believe Genesix as an org must be chuffed. They must be proud, and yes, the team, I'm sure, are very frustrated. The crossbar denied them countless goals, and I would be upset in that position, but at the same token, they've achieved a lot. They've come a very long way, and they finished the season on a high. So for me, that's a win. It might not be as high as they wanted to get, but it's still pretty high.
I think that's amazing, right? And let's hope, we are coming to the end of the season. It does open up the conversation of all the roster shuffles, etc. Rana, do you believe that this is a squad? And I would also like to ask the same question at the same time about Tradui. Is this people that we're going to see in the same outfit going forwards from here?
It's tough to say. It's certainly
like
one I
to?
would like. I would
There you
like
go.
to see it. Yeah, absolutely. I think Dapsec and Eli, they've proven in that game right there. They have the teamwork. They have the communication. It's just a couple of those mechanical plays. It's just the fundamentals. They kind of need to raise that level of in order to be competitive in this moment. Of course, they were brilliantly competitive in that game. Every game was a one-goal game. But just to get on that next level, to be able to beat teams like this, that is all that I saw that they really needed to do. So from my perspective, I think this team has a lot of promise. They've got the positionings worked out really nicely. It's now just about finding time to gel together as a team better, make sure that they work together. And yeah, I would love to see them come back for next season and run it back.
All I want to point out is that the next season is 7 months away.
We're just going to put that down to lots of time to practice if the guys really want it at that stage, right? You have lots of time to work out all the kinks at that stage. But we get to meet the people now who managed to secure themselves a spot in tomorrow's matches right now. We got Nohara in for an interview. And Rhino, Bromeo, let's get to know our guests a little bit better.
Hi there, Nohara. We have you for the interview today from the winning team Tradui. Nohara, this is the first time we've seen you, and by all accounts, the first time you've played RLCS. Tell us a little about yourself so we can get to know you.
That's correct. My English not very good now. So sorry for bad word.
No problem. Keep going.
All good.
Yeah, we try to compete. We just play ranked. Then we compete. We didn't think we're good enough.
Okay, and whereabouts are you from? You and your team.
I play in England, but I'm Swiss.
Okay.
And my teammate is Spain. Spain today.
Okay. All right, and this is the first time you've played RLCS. You say it's you play ranked. What made you decide to sign up?
We want to prove ourselves, but we not good enough for EU.
All right.
Not just yet.
I like the honesty. I like the honesty. I'm going to ask quickly, Nohara. Obviously, we've been seeing your run with Flaky specifically. Was there a reason that you decided to bring Bruninho in as that substitute today?
He had a job today. He had a job. He cannot work. He cannot play.
Fair enough. Absolutely understood. There is a little bit of a trend here for you guys. Yesterday, you beat Cosmico and Pony no Jutsu. Today, you beat Genesix. Do you feel like there is a lot of competition here in the SSA region?
They're very good players, yeah. Very mechanical daps.
Shouting out
All right.
Daps. Absolutely. I'll hand back to Bromeo for one last question.
Well, my last question is, you've confirmed your top 6, on your first attempt. Congratulations. How far do you think this run goes?
I don't know who we play. I think we lose anyway.
All right. Well, thank you, Nohara. Thank you for joining us on this interview, and back to the desk.
Gotta love that honesty, right? It comes in and says, we didn't think we were good enough, rocks up, and gets top 6 spots. So well done into this squad. I mean, they can be very proud of their accomplishments so far. And the courage it takes to come in when you don't speak English very well to still go in there. Really, really nice to meet Nohara. Now, gents, we do move on to what, in my opinion, was probably the most anticipated match of the day. Limitless taking on 77 Block. And you can see it by my fellow panelists' minds there straight away. There is delight. There is trepidation. There is a lot up for grabs as we head across to that upper brackets. And Mark, you are immediately looking like a supervillain there. I mean, it's been a long run for these guys, but Limitless, they put on a good showing last time. They came through the GSL pretty much uncontested, 3-0 versus Cosmico, 3-1 against Death Cloud, knocking out the locals as far as they could go, and have really secured themselves that often given ambassadors of the region title.
Yeah, pretty much like every time they're the last SSA team remaining in the upper bracket. But well, so have 77 blocks. And last time around, I think if we cast our minds back about 2 weeks ago, we saw an absolute belter of a series between these two. And honestly, that's why I was basically here like looking like Mr. Burns, being like, excellent, we get to see it again.
Well, I think we're all just as excited, not nearly as overtly so, but on the other side, you do give a very interesting argument. 77 blocks, and Rhino, I'm going to address this one to you, so you can start thinking of your answer. Renowned for being a defensive powerhouse in the region. They live up to that 77 blocks name. Limitless, have they improved enough? Is this a team that they are feeling confident against?
Oh, that feels like a big question. Listen, it has not been the best split for Limitless. There is no hiding that. We can just look at the statistics. We can just look at the finishes. Limitless, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Limitless definitely have a point to prove in this game. They need to break down the 77 blocks. They need to be able to break that line, because if they can get past the defense as strong as these guys have shown, then that then gives us belief back in this Limitless squad that their offense is back online, because that has been something that hasn't quite been at the level that we've been expecting from Limitless over the last, not just last split, but the last seasons from this roster. So I want to see them pull off an offensive masterclass today.
Offense versus defense. Well, we are halfway through the day, ladies and gentlemen, which means Driver of the Day is open. This is where you get to go and vote for who you think has been the most impactful player out of any of the series thus far. Obviously, we haven't seen all of them, but acgl.gg/vote. Go choose from any of the wonderful portraits that we have up there, and we will tally those up at the end of the day. You also managed to get yourself 100 embers on the ACGL site, so a little bit of a gift back there. We go through again, and of course the chat vote now, where you guys get to have your say, is also open. Hashtag 77B for 77 blocks, or hashtag LMT for Limitless. Greybeard, you were kind of nodding along there when you were talking about, when Rhino was talking about this is going to be Limitless needing to showcase everything that they put together. And I mean, when we take a look at those stats, they certainly give enough shots per match.
It's a weird time for Limitless, because I feel like this split has been it's the most vulnerable we've ever seen Limitless, and I'm not sure what has gone on, or you know, what if they were trying something new that didn't work out, or they're just going through poor form. It's hard to nail down exactly, and it seems to have worked very well with the rise of 77 blocks, who have been looking better and better and better, and that hasn't worked out in the recent past for Limitless, but maybe this is where they turn it around. Recent momentum is with 77 blocks, but we've always known this Limitless squad as being fighters and able to adapt and come back. And I think overall, statistically, the stats are in favor of Limitless. They shouldn't be the underdogs, but we're almost talking to them like that would be the upset win, which would be wild.
Well, Bromeo has put in our team chats, quote me, Limitless to cause an upset and win, because that seems to be the vibe right now of, can they do it yet again? They've got themselves an extra life. But Greybeard, you're 100% right. Goals, every one of them is outscoring their oppositions effectively, aside from Sweaty. In terms of shots, they really are dominating the field right now. And when it comes to marked numbers, is that really the story that's going to tell the difference maker here?
The difference maker is simply Limitless has had 77 blocks number up until 2 weeks ago, and that was the only reason why they didn't have the number anymore was because Twinzer came out from somewhere and decided to put the team name on his car and was like, yes, I'm going to be Prime Manuel Neuer. The amount on the quality of saves that Twinzer in particular had 2 weeks ago in their 4-3 victory over Limitless was nothing short of miraculous, and that's specifically and precisely what 77 blocks need if they want to win here today against Limitless again.
Well, you guys are busy having your say in Twitch chat, and we get to have our say as well. We were abysmally wrong in the last game. I've been wrong both times so far. So, Greybeard, you're normally the one who gets to reserve to last. Now I'm giving you the pleasure. You get to go first.
My prediction's easy. It's always going to be Limitless. There's no question of that. The question for me is, do we see Sweaty and To Die For as that sort of duo up front being orchestrated by Snowy? If they can get that back and get it right, and those two guys up front get it online, I think they do it. And I think today's the day. Limitless are going to take this, and I think it'll be relatively convincing at 4-2.
Quite convincing as well. I like to hear that. Well, it's no surprise, Greybeard, your loyalties are never to be questioned. On the other side, the person whose loyalties are the most splits, and he knows this is coming, Machtfish. Where are we going?
I hate you. I hate you, but I've got to be the anti-Greybeard, I guess. I mean, I've been here for 3 years now, but I need to be the anti-Greybeard. I think the 77 Blocks have got a much needed psychological victory last time around as well over Limitless, and I feel like that's still going to be in their minds. Well, I've spoken with Twins after they won 2 weeks ago, and they were so ecstatic. They were so happy with it. They were like, finally we beat Snowy. Finally we beat Limitless. And I think that pressure off their chest now they're going to be playing as free as they can be. And I think 70 Blocks are going to be very scary for Limitless. 4-3.
4-3. Nice. Long game. That's the sort of series we want to see. Rhino, does history play that much of a role in this?
It really does. Once a team has lost its kind of view, once you're not scared of a team anymore, that psychological advantage is incredible. That is a psychological advantage that Limitless have had for so long. But as soon as you're able to break them, as soon as you are the team to beat them, suddenly they're a little less scary. I think they put their mask back on, though, today. I think they become that scary team once again. I'm going with Limitless to take it. I do think it goes the distance. I think it's a 7-game series. But give me Limitless, and I might regret that.
Okay, well, I've been wrong twice today. So I feel like if I go towards Limitless, I am assuring themselves the loss. And I've been burnt by Limitless. I'm never questioning Limitless. But today, I think I'm going to go just for 77 blocks. Just because... Yes, Mark, this is for you right now. Just because... If I am wrong now, at least I still feel really good about that. So I'm going to split the desk down the middle, make sure that there's nothing up for grabs other than the players on the field. Of course, our chat vote did flash up there just for a second. Can we get that back, please, prediction? And it's very much in the favor, actually, of Limitless. So the locals coming out to show support, unwavering there by a large margin. But that's it, ladies and gentlemen. The only thing left for us is what happens on the pitch as we go to our third match of the day and looking for a long series. I also want to take it to a game number 7. So for this broadcast, of course, we got to get in our casters for this, and that is going to be that's going to be Pyro and Greybeard. Greybeard, any last words of wisdom to your team before they get live?
Just words of wisdom to you, Ultrazim. This is not how this works. It's not how any of this works, where the caster votes a certain way in order for it to go another way. We have far less power than we like to think. And I'm not angry, Ultrazim, but I am very, very disappointed.
We know that's worse. Come on. Well, I hope that I haven't cursed it by trying to twist the fates to my side. We'll get to see this on the field. Greybeard and Pyro, you've got what could be the best match of the day, or the most heartbreaking. We're yet to see as we go live to game number 3.
The elimination matches are over. Let's get to the heavy hitters. Top 4 confirmation of our final RLCS event is on the line for each of these teams with a history that has always sided Limitless's way up until the last open, as our panelists mentioned. Will 77 Blocks rise up after their Game 7 success, or do Limitless have one final proclamation to make at the end of the season? Greybeard, I heard you're disappointed in some of our panelists, but I'm happy that you've joined me for this cast.
And what's your prediction, Pyro?
I'd love a 4-2 Limitless. I'm right on with you.
Let's go. And it is, it's funny how things change and how quickly they do. And this kickoff is underway. Before last week, it would be Limitless all the way. You would never dare predict anything else. But after last week, there is doubt. Limitless need to regain their former formidable glory. Pass into the middle. Snowy's there, but it is blocked out. Good, positive, aggressive start from Limitless.
And I think there's agreement between everybody that this will be close, that this is not a sweep regardless of the way that it goes. But it might just go Limitless's way to start. There was a big bump on the goal line that led to Sweaty's open shot.
Yeah, and there we go. Sweaty gets behind that, gets underneath and behind and carries it all the way in. Excellent start. Perfect start for Limitless. 29 seconds in, they have the lead, and they're going to have the best of this kickoff. Sweaty toward the net. Snowy trying to bring it down. Is anybody there? No. Twister gets it away.
The puppeteer of Snowy once again trying to coordinate that attack for Limitless. Kraber, you talked about you'd like to see To Die For and Sweaty up far ahead with Snowy kind of coordinating that attack. Why is that so instrumental for this team?
Snowy has been the guy that he's always been the leader of this team. Oh, there's a shot that's open, but it's wide. And we've seen some great, impressive mechanical work from Snowy, but I feel like when he's being pressed into the position where he has to do it, the team is breaking down. The natural aggressors are Snowy and To Die For. Shot on behind Snowy, level game.
Ripper after ripper. It is truly shot after shot, and I think especially that touch there from Snowy meant to be off the corner with it being off the wall. That was a perfect pass for 77 blocks, but fair enough. Yeah, maybe your clinical strikers when the time is required for it is Sweaty or To Die For, but off the kickoff, it's Twinzer.
Great work from Hazza in the observer slot there. The angle we had on that, you saw exactly what was going down, and you saw the trouble immediately. Both Limitless defenders on either side wide and not able to get back to defend.
Oh, there's another physical play. Sweaty has space. Flippery set pass over to Die For. Snowy's already on defense. We know that because he just got demoed a few moments ago. So that makes it really easy to cover your back line on the turnaround. And Sweaty's going to make this play look a little easier than it needs to be. 77 blocks, though. They're making their case known early here in this series.
Yeah. You know what? With all 3 games so far, we have seen backboard lapses. We saw it early on from Deathcloud. We saw it from Genesix, and we saw it moments ago from Limitless. Not clearing off the backboard, and it just leads to trouble as it does there. And after a bright start from Limitless, they are 2 goals behind.
And I'll tell you what, that backboard defense, if it's lacking, it doesn't matter too much if your opponents aren't aware of it, but 77 blocks, these are visionaries on the field. They will find those exposed gaps, and if it is the backboard, pass and play right off of it. Got the score on the advantage, 3-1. Trying to make it 4-1 there is Twinzer, but the shot's blocked.
Well, it was certainly advantage early on for Limitless, now firmly advantage, 77 blocks. And since then, we're coming to the halfway mark, and this is To Die For is going to have a shot, but it's not good enough. Twister, easy catch and save, and now suddenly transitions into attack. Here he goes. Doesn't quite have the boost, but gets the best of the 50 to keep it under pressure for Limitless.
Snowy has to backpedal here just a bit to try and hold on to the ball, but fails to do so. Both players of Limitless jumping at this. There's been precarious positioning around this goal line, leading to some awkward moments for Limitless on defense. But they're still able to assemble and get another defensive stop there. Free flip touch there from To Die For, able to get the boost, but not able to stay alive. 77 blocks in hot pursuit to remove Limitless players where they can.
Yeah, To Die For hunted down 77 blocks, knowing exactly what he was trying to do. The touch into the front, you saw the idea there. The teammate too far away and dropping down easily enough for the defense to get the clear. And outside of the opening 40 seconds, it's been Tough work for Limitless to get themselves into attacking positions. Maybe now. Snowy pops it high into the middle. No one there to receive and do anything with it.
Sweaty's just being given no time on that ball. Badness right away again with the quick challenge. It's been suffocating from 77 blocks, but holding their breath is Limitless on the back line. Another shot chance there for Limitless from the midfield. They've got to get these shots going if game one can end in their favor. To die for with the saves as well. Just gets it around the post.
Well, here they go, last minute, and you feel if they can get the goal before 40 seconds, I will back them to get their equalizer, and there we have one down. Snowy scores, 1-goal game.
Ask and you shall receive. Sweaty able to meet that clear head on, and that's the key for Limitless. If you're able to win a challenge or get that pass infield, you better have somebody in sequence. They get that second goal and just have a minute to get a third.
Oh, open net briefly there. This is very awkward. Sweaty being hunted down. 2v1. Stands strong, gets the clear. 38 seconds. Snowy now. Picked up by Sweaty. Heavy touch. He was looking for to die for, but Sweaty might still have an opportunity. Just Twister in net. And I say just Twister in net. I mean, it's not just anything when it's Twister in there. The shot. Oh, no! It's going to go in! Is that an own goal? I feel like it was redirected in from the post.
It is absolutely one. They try to make the save here. A quick snap judgment is made improperly. The ball redirected in the net for Limitless to get a breath of life in game one.
All right, they survived. They've gotten themselves right back in it, and now they've got to do the rest of the work. At least that's what they'll be thinking. 77 blocks will be frustrated with that. It's never fun giving up a 2-goal lead so close from the end of the game. And now, big opportunity, but Snowy's too far away to have a crack at the net. They might still have the opportunity. Limitless with the last opportunity in regulation. It's grounded by 77 blocks. Overtime.
No surprise to see Blocks play for overtime. They need to take a breath and get composed once again because things are falling apart. Twister could just be a solo play to end it. All right, here, the save made from To Die For, and the follow from Sweaty keeps things moving.
Man, I thought we were going to have another 10-second overtime as we had in the Genesix series earlier, but man, oh man, heroics on the goal line to keep it out, and now an attacking opportunity for Limitless. Twinzer gets it halfway clear, doesn't have much boost to follow it up. Here comes To Die For, flip reset. Oh, it's a scramble in front of the 77 blocks goal, but they do manage to keep it out, at least for the moment, but the attack should continue for Limitless.
Sweaty's POV was so funny, just waiting, watching To Die For glide there, and now Sweaty will do the same for Snowy as he'll glide to the backboard, and it seems like they're not able to generate that perfect shot, but Sweaty, the kind of player that's going to make something out of nothing. To Die For abandons the ball and opts for the bump. May have achieved in that, but it may not matter. Ball takes a long time to get back towards the infield. Snowy takes on the 50-50. Sweaty back out to the corner, able to turn around and steal boost, but Twister's got the ball. To Die For to wait for this one, lunges it forward. 77 blocks, unable to get out of their own half and get another opportunity like they had in the first 10 seconds.
A minute and 20 seconds in, it has been all Limitless, but nothing to show for it. And it's just one awkward counter-attack. It can all come to an end, and all your attacking play comes to naught. They do keep it out now. Snowy keeps it in the midfield. Sweaty following it. And once again, yet another Limitless attack.
Badness with time. Unable to get that second touch off the wall, but Limitless have been having the same trouble as well. You'd see plays where Sweaty tries to pass it to himself off the sidewall, can't quite get it. To Die For on the flip reset though, tries to get the bump over to Twister. That's the second time To Die For has gone for that play, but that third defender on the backboard for 77 blocks is not weathered by the bump. They cannot commit to that play alone. Demolition for 77 blocks could be worthy of committing to the attack. Corner pass out, gets deflected by two players of Limitless.
And To Die For spent a lot of time in the repair shop with all. He's been demoed a few times. They're going to have to defend, and now it feels a little like the tide might be turning. 77 blocks spending more time out of their own half and building aggression up in front of the Limitless net. Not right now, but there we go. They're going to bring it right back. Badness gets a bump. We'll keep it in the midfield. Shot toward the net from To Die For, picked up by Twinzer.
Yeah, Twinzer. Oh, that's a huge gap. You're kidding me. Badness. The goal was wide open, and they put it away. Bumps there for To Die For. He's going for another one, but only one head to hunt as the counterattack nearly goes. 77 blocks. They're not going to believe they haven't won this game.
Man, oh man, To Die For would have pulled off a rarity there. The sort of double bump play on the air dribble. And again, they're looking so good moving up, but they just can't get past 77 blocks. We've seen this from them. They are able to defend for long periods of time under pressure. And eventually it just breaks down the attack. Maybe something now. Snowy can't get there. Sweaty has the dip forward, but really just hands over possession. And now loose in the midfield. Snowy, no boost, tries to control. Collect, can't do it. Big awkwardness for Limitless. They survive for the moment.
Oh dear. Desperation dive on defense after dive. It is survival of the fittest, and maybe the most composed. 77 blocks, have an own goal and a miss on an open net on their resume sheet here for game one. But if they have one stark moment of that composure, it could all help. Sweaty has gotten past many players, flips around. Incredible acrobatic play from Sweaty to win game one.
This was ridiculous. As he got that touch, I thought, oh man, he's beamed this. He's gone wide. He's not going to have an angle. That was a spectacular finish. Limitless, hard fought, but they take down game one.
I think the judges just all held up a 10 on the gymnast approach of Sweaty there. Gets the cut on the first one at the midfield and then does a flip and spin maneuver for the finisher. Oh, what a game here from Limitless. That 77 blocks, right? They're going to feel was stolen away from them. Minute left in the game, and they were up by 2 goals.
A shot count of 20 shots to 9 in favor of Limitless, which is testament to 2 things. One, Limitless getting forward and working hard to find opportunity, but my goodness, 77 blocks. Their capacity, their ability to defend for long periods is incredible, and it has stood them in wonderful stead. It was in no small measure part of their victory in the last regional 2 weeks ago, but in the end, the 20th shot finds the net.
Oh my, it just brought me back to that open number 5 semifinals of Limitless 77 blocks. It was the defense of 77 blocks that even in a long game 7 did pave the way to their glory, but this time around had some flubs, had a couple small mistakes, and with a team like Limitless that's going to punish those mistakes, that's all you need to do to give them a victory. They've got that game 1 victory, but as the panelists have mentioned, may just be a long series. 1 down, many to go.
Many to go. Big demo here. But Twister, Sweaty giving that up a little too easily. Might have something here. Passes midfield, looking for To Die For, finds him. To Die For is up. Badness is up, looking for the block. Does fantastically to float there and wait for it and get the intercept in.
One thing I love about 77 blocks is that they're really not high pressured with these To Die For aerial plays. Look at them allow him to move up the field and do nothing with it. To Die For often trying to get the reset and bump afterwards. The blocks have done a great job of evading that after the ball touch pressure. And so that allows them to diffuse a normally lethal play from To Die For.
Sweaty can't get it over Twinzer. Came close, but close is not good enough. I am going to assume that was an attempted pass from To Die For, but no one there to receive it. And now a little bit of awkwardness and pressure. Oh, the miss! And the shot comes in slow enough that Snowy can recover and get the save.
And that one the same for To Die For's sake. He'll dive at this one as well. Has some space here. Twister may opt to play shadow defense, but has to worry about the snowy pass. Able to cut it off. Nice vision. Able to play a ton of different offensive options there from Limitless. And again, that's the kind of defense you can expect from 77.
Yeah, another nicely constructed bit of attacking play from Limitless, and a nice bit of controlled defense from 77 blocks, and Limitless will try again. That's a massive clear, my word, which lands up being a shot on target.
Uh-oh, pass from Sweaty reaches a no boost to die for, so they can't extend on the counterattack. Twinzer wants to keep this high and towards the ceiling like the last clear was, but it can't get away from to die for. Snowy, uh-oh, no ball, no boost, has to retract. Back to defense, Twinzer on the dunk. Gets it right in front of the net. Limitless will not be taken away. In fairness, it's been over 5 minutes of game time, even more since they've been scored on. A stubborn effort for Limitless on defense of 77 blocks. They're looking for that rejuvenating play. That one's not going to be it as Snowy makes that defensive play out to the corner.
Yeah, and also keeping, oh my word, Snowy. Fantastic read. And they came from 2 goals behind to level things up and then win it in the overtime. So for sure the momentum with them and their attacking play continues, but it does concern me when you just have shot after shot, aggressive play, territorial advantage, and the goals don't come, and you're just one bit of awkward defending away from conceding.
Ooh, well, that's a great sling on the ball that definitely switches up the tempo. That ball open in the infield. Badness is able to collapse on it and will get it towards the net. Snowy with the clear. Can that beat everybody? No. Twins are just able to get a touch on it. Sweaty nearly stole it as well. Tadaifor's up for the shot. It's a bouncer to the center for the first in game 2.
Placement here, fantastic from Tadaifor. He, the Twister in net was going up for it, and he put it behind him, not where Twister was expecting it, and finally they break down that legendary defense of 77 blocks to take a lead, and now they're they're back. Sweaty's back, but he's alone. It's awkward. It goes wide. They are reprieved on Limitless, but I thought they were going to do it again and get scored on a right-off kickoff.
Oh my, Badness has the shot to make it count. What was that touch? Just barely got a pixel on the ball. It allowed for the save of Limitless. You've got to make these shots without any hesitation for 77 blocks, because the quickness on the defensive plays for Limitless is just too much. A minute to go here for them to hold this lead.
Snowy, this is going to bounce out middle. To die for is going to catch and try to do something cool. He does very well. Gets it off the backboard. Sweaty shoots. It's saved out. To die for goes for the bump. The shot down off the crossbar and out. Oh my word! I'm having flashbacks from the Genesis series. But they're finally. Oh, it was almost saved again, but Snowy finds a way. 2-0.
77 blocks, they're nearly the kings of chaos there, with all the awkwardness on the line, the bumping from Badness on his own teammates. The squishy save not enough to force away the press from Limitless.
My word. Okay, well, they're going to be feeling very good. Just given the nature of this game, of the series, a 2-goal lead is going to be looking pretty good, especially when you look up at the clock and there's just 25 seconds left. And now possession. Possession and time burning is the name of the game, and that's going to do them great. Snowy looking for to die for every. Okay, they do lose possession, but with 10 seconds to go, you feel Limitless should be able to see this one out and take a huge 2-goal lead in this upper bracket match. And Snowy's just going to carry it in and avoid Sweaty stealing the goal at the end.
Hey, why not run the red carpet for your show? So far, it's Limitless's show. Doubts were placed upon them before the series started, but they're washing them away with every single goal. But they did have to be resilient in that game too as well. We had quite the spell of 77 blocks on their attack. I mean, you can see the numbers there call it out. Even 77 blocks had more shots registered in that game.
Remarkably, 77 blocks have the same number of shots in this game as they did in a what was it, 3.5 minute or whatever it was overtime in game one, and they have nothing to show for it. And important for Limitless for a couple of reasons. One, the shutout, shutting out 77 blocks, and then also a multiple goal win for them, getting 3 goals there. So that's going to be good for their confidence. And now, for the first time since that 77 blocks turnaround in the last Open, they are finding themselves the team behind on the momentum. That last series they played 2 weeks ago, it felt like Limitless were chasing that series the whole time. 77 blocks find themselves there now.
That Game 7 series was a series I like to call a seesaw series. Maybe I don't like to say it because I can't say it. But the point is, they traded wins back and forth the whole time with, Limitless catching up. So now they got 2-0 lead on the series, which certainly has to feel good. To me, this match absolutely comes down to composure. I'm just going to say, Game 1 and Game 2, we saw some weird plays on defense from 77 blocks. When Limitless are able to be on the press, they crush blocks. Versus when Limitless played extended defense, they were able to keep those rotations really smooth. So which team can stay stoic as we get into Game 3?
And the kickoff, Snowy's going to have possession. Defensive Demo's going to give them a good press forward. Snowy! I'm not sure. I think he might have been caught somewhere between having a shot and having a pass. But either way, it comes down to naught. But it is Limitless pressing forward immediately after kickoff. Here comes Twinza. There's an open net. To Die For, I think, has gotten back. Oh, crossbar down. And the Snowy only now making his way back from the 77 block side.
Nobody can breathe on this field because everyone's moving down Broadway Street for these shots, but narrow saves keep the score line tied in our first minute. But To Die For, pass over to Snowy. That link up has been intercepted every time so far this game by 77 blocks, but not this one. Twister's keen to it enough.
Yeah, it certainly seems like a play they're not unaware of. It's not catching 77 blocks by surprise. Oh my goodness gracious, they're going to have a turnaround goal here. 77 blocks have a lead after a minute of Limitless pressure.
Badness just moves so swiftly. I don't think the two defenders on the side there for Limitless, To Die For and Sweaty, had expected that quick of a shot to come through, and once you realize it, it's too late. 77 blocks have officially ended that scoring drought.
Yeah, but they pick it up there. Good, quick response from Limitless, from To Die For, picking it up there off the kickoff, and just the soft touch, the pop, the follow, and the tap over the defender.
When in doubt, and the ball to Die For. Sometimes that's as easy as it is. Able to spring up, let loose, get rid of that lead from 77 blocks. Swift response from Limitless was actually very emblematic of their performance during the GSL stage. I was watching their matches very closely. Anytime a team like Cosmico would get ahead of them, they punished right away on the kickoff. Ooh. This one's going to be punished right away from the midfield. Badness snipes it.
I was trying to see, To Die For. I'm not sure what his plan was there. Was he looking for the bump? Was he looking for the? But what the?
They
what
had been
bumped. Well, the result of it is that To Die For and Sweaty were way upfield with 0 boost, and it was just trouble, and they find themselves behind once more.
Yeah, well, I wanted to identify Limitless as the team to snap back quick, but 77 blocks do the same. So here we are with that even fight that we expected, and you are kidding me. It's a goal from the grave out of Sweaty.
Well, I saw nothing of that. Everyone's view obscured from the demo, but he got it off and in. And that's 2 quick responses, which is great, but you don't want to have to keep doing that.
No, you don't. That is if you want to keep your heart rate at least a stable set pace. We'll see if they're able to do so here. Off the wall, Twister. Uh-oh, it's wide open, and Badness could not get the shot to go. It wasn't wide open, but they certainly had the gaps on the net. 77 blocks would have loved a chance at the net on that interaction.
Limitless survive that one, looking for their first lead. They have scored first in every game except this one. They've not led at any point, come from behind twice. They're on the press, on the attack. To Die For finds the backboard, but Twister will pick it up and clear it through his own corner. But the pass, the shot, and we've said all game that 77 Blocks have been reading those passes, but not that time.
No, normally those passes is the first play on the possession, so everyone's feet are set, they're ready to go. But the general theme of this series has been that under pressure, 77 Blocks have cracked. And maybe those cracks are a little thin, but that's all it takes for Limitless to get through it, take the lead.
An attempt forward, high and loose in the middle, To Die For off the corner. Should be picked up, long distance clear, but it's again a situation. Oh, what? Twister, he was too deep in the net, and Sweaty punished with veracity.
What's worse than a catch off the ceiling? You mix in a reset. Twister, like a sitting duck on the goal line, is better off drowning, and Limitless piling on the goals.
And saying they were trying to find their first lead, and they've come from two behind, and now they're in front. Oh my goodness gracious! They do look vulnerable off the kickoff. So we've seen that a few times in the series. Not punished there, and they'll be relieved by that.
Yeah, there were two plays where To Die For tried to get the sharpest edge of his car on the ball, and well, he came up with nothing. So have to be really careful about making those low percentage plays, because although they can be very rewarding, also quite risky to the team. So 77 Blocks will hope that more mistakes are made on that Limitless behalf. It may not, though, with Sweaty on the solo play. Reset's not taken. It's past one defender, but the rest of the blocks were ready.
So at this point, you don't want to be doing anything wild and crazy. You got the 2-goal lead. Limitless are past masters at seeing out a lead, and that's where they've got to be looking now, because if they close this one out, they're 3 ahead, and they've almost put the kibosh on this. If they can get the 3-game lead, it is such a rarity to make the comeback from 3 down. So you don't want to be toying with that. Just get the job done.
Well, the objectives are clear, and the job will be taken for Limitless. 77 Blocks, what kind of steering motions can you make to put a roadblock in that operation? Twister on the air dribble, just couldn't get it there. Sweaty on the redirect to make that job difficult for 77 Blocks as Badness kicks it high. He's hoping that a teammate can get there first. Next in the rotation is Twister. Up there, and diabolical from To Die For.
That is just rude, and now Operation Burn the Clock well underway for Limitless. They're doing very well with it. They're on attack. Snowy, happy to just pop it up, follow, make 77 Blocks defend, and yeah, that should be that for a 3-game lead for Limitless. And if they can see this out in a sweep, what a response after the massive turnaround of 77 Blocks winning 2 weeks ago. But job not done yet. And historically, Limitless are fragile in a game 4 when they have the 3-game lead. They're more likely to lose that game than any other.
Yeah, they are indeed. But they are looking as solid as ever as they could here. It was that, again, seesaw approach just within the game of goal after goal being scored on response from that kickoff. But again, Limitless are the team that have had their feet set. Their run is of perseverance and of endurance. And so, in a way, it's to set the course straight in their match history with 77 Blocks, as they did take their first loss last event. But it's also to set the course straight of this season too, you've got to think.
Yeah, it's got to have been. It has been a frustrating season for Limitless for a number of reasons. Not just with their battle with Foot, but losing against other teams that historically they just wouldn't. Going back to they had a loss against Old Dog New Tricks. Their loss was 77 Blocks. It's It's been it's been the sort of split we have never seen from Limitless, you know. So they've got a lot of record to set straight now.
That's what happens when you have a team with high expectations. We're disappointed if you lose to more than one team, and well, they're trying to not have any disappointed fans today. Keep their win record straight so far this event. A lot of great chances here opening in game number 4 to get them well on their way to a sweep, but looks like they'll have to fight even harder for that first goal. Sweaty's got to pass over to Snowy. The dunk is there to dive for, peeling back into the rotation. Try to keep the possession alive, but Badnez finds the exit route.
And the opening 45 seconds, you know, as much as I've said, this is the game Limitless are most likely to lose. It hasn't looked that way. The way they have come out swinging in this series, a rare opportunity. The first one possibly of the game there for 77 blocks. The Limitless are right back on the attack. And, you know, it's all very well being a team great at defense, but there comes a point where you go like, okay, guys, we got to stop defending and finding a way to attack.
Well, they're in search of it, and they destroy Limitless on their way. Limitless able to get that quick challenge in the midfield. Earlier in the series, it was 77 blocks on that suffocating pressure at the midfield, not allowing Limitless to gather space, but it feels like it's pivoted in favor of Limitless. They've got to pass off the backboard. Awkward tendencies here from 77 blocks just to get possession of the ball back. Snowy playing far away to retrieve a potential clear. Sweaty is looking for the aerial shot. But even off that low boost, 77 blocks are able to keep their defense intact. Can they do it against Sweaty here on the air dribble? Only good for one touch.
Man, oh man, it's like making the best of a low boost situation here. They do get out, they have a shot on target. Sweaty's going to be there and save. And that's always the danger. It just takes one of those moments to completely undo all the offensive pressure of your opponents.
That's right. Score sheet is the score sheet. Zeros on the board. Possession doesn't count for anything when you chalk wins up on the series. And 77 blocks finally get a bit of a mainstay on the other side as a reward. Player demolition. Badnez has a chance for a redirect. Gets the pass up instead. Twinser puts that into Limitless's hands. They do get a dunk off of it, but what control there for To Die For to catch that and also be up on the wall. He's continuing the effort. Shot there towards the net. No boost there for Twister. He's able to dive in for that block. Oh, but the pass.
Now the pass,
right
the
to
shot.
Sweaty. Wide open.
Man, oh man, look at this work here from To Die For. I beg your pardon, Snowy. First the touch there, and then just beating the player coming in. And Sweaty, you know, you want to get those sort of balls all day, every day. And then, you know, beefing up those goal stats are easy.
They sure are. I feel like the goal stats and the assist stats are well in the favor of Limitless. Everybody getting some goal participation with those infield passing plays that we see again and again. A couple more of those and they'll look good. Oh, Sweaty, you can't just do them like that. Come on.
Oh, there are pieces of ankle everywhere. Oh, my. Sweaty smashes the ball, gets the second for Limitless.
Send your regards. Sign a postage stamp or something. I don't know. They're gone. It feels like mentally, but listen, 2 minutes, 2 goals. It may feel like that, but they still got 3 cars on the pitch to make a difference. 77 blocks now would be the time.
Yeah, what an important series for Limitless. It's been a rough split for them. And this is them playing far better than we've seen from them all split. It feels like a Limitless team that we are more accustomed to seeing, and it's great to see. It's good for them, obviously, but also very good for the region.
Yeah, 77 blocks, it feels like they just haven't been able to hold on, other than this game right here, where they seem to be doing a lot more. That is an unbelievable save out of To Die For. What snap reaction was made. They just haven't been able to hold on to a tie game or a lead. It has been Limitless again with the endurance and just playing for the long term. Not much longer that they have to play with a lead here. 2 goals up, 50 seconds to go, and Snowy denying everybody on that sidewall.
And more attacking. Here comes Sweaty. Oh, Snowy gets the rebound on his way out. Briefly makes things awkward, but they're fine for now. Snowy toward net to die for with the follow-up. And now it's just... Yeah, you get the feeling 77 blocks are kind of just seeing out the time now. They're like, okay, boys, we didn't bring it today, and I don't think we're going to make it.
Yeah, the positive light here for 77 blocks is this is the first non-elimination match of the day, upper bracket here, and blocks will instead, if they do end up falling here, head to the lower bracket. Greybeard, it's not much of an if anymore, is it?
No.
I was trying.
All the ifs we're throwing in there are just to pad time. We're trying to pad time ourselves here to keep it interesting until the end. But this has been the return of Limitless, and it wasn't easy. We had that very long overtime in game 2, and it is. But they've gotten better throughout, and it's been a great series from Limitless. It's been an important series from them, and it's been an emphatic series from them. So well done and congratulations, as they won't get the 0-second goal. That wasn't necessary, but they do the job. They do it in 4. They make quick work of it, and they will move on to top 4 tomorrow.
There you go. Limitless on to the semifinals. With that victory, they will head up against the winner tomorrow of Chadwi and, the loser of the next series. So we don't quite know yet. For 77 blocks, they'll head up against Labosh tomorrow on that lower bracket. And again, you see the performance here. Like you mentioned, we had that long overtime early in the series, but after that, it was multi-goal leads to close out each game for Limitless. It was a confident and a bit of a cocky display as well, with some of those fake plays made from Sweaty to take the win.
And also, it also had coming back from behind. They were 2-0 behind and overcame that to win a game by multiple goals. So, man, oh man, good to see Limitless getting their job done out there.
I think that was fantastic. Greybeard, you kind of mentioned it towards the end of one of those games that this is one of the best Limitlesses we have seen. And I put that down 100% to the fact that I voted against.
Oh, God, I knew you were going to do that. And I was like, you know what? Ultras was going to take all of this credit. Oh, my goodness.
I can't. I don't think I really could at any stage. As much as we joke about that was Limitless. And Romeo, sitting from the side, what is different from the Limitless we saw today compared to 2 weeks ago? Because there could not be a bigger dichotomy between these matches.
To be honest, at a surface level, I'd have to look at it more, deeply to give you a proper opinion on it. But
people,
they were faster to the ball today, in my opinion. They were on it. They didn't look like they were catching. They were late to the ball. They didn't look like they were late to the play. They were the ones dominating the tempo. They were deciding how the game was being played. And as much as they suffered from a territorial loss last time, they made up for it this time. So I feel like they were more assertive, not necessarily aggressive, but assertive in how they wanted to play, and they made sure that they had possession to do it.
100%. Every part of that was, I think, on the money right now. Is they dominated the field as a whole. And Greybeard, I want to bring this straight back to you because I know you've been talking for a long time, but this is a team that has had your heart for a long time. They really represent what the region has to offer, and they've been carrying that flag for a long time. Snowy said it so often in interviews that it's kind of hard to be the ones that everyone depends on and looks at for a long time. And I want to know, how much does this now buoy you up? Is this, do you believe, the regional open that we get to see them take that first spot?
I don't know, and I think as buoyed as I am, the ongoing concern is that where's the army of our players coming up behind them? How much longer can we keep wheeling Snowy out there and having to do the work? We need the rest of the guys coming up there. So I'm very happy, but from regionally, we still got a lot to get done, but. It is easier to get that job done with a Limitless in control.
Limitless has been in control the whole time, and certainly in that game more than ever. So we are going to go to an interview, and I'm sure you guys are under no illusions as to who we've got waiting for us. Snowy going to be there to take it already. Just making sure that production's got us here with an interview that is ready, because I see he's joined the chat. He's waiting there. So we've got Pyro J and Mark going to be sitting on that. And Pyro, before we even get into that, have we started to run out of questions for these guys? Do we go into this knowing exactly what's going to be said?
I don't think so, because I feel like every time we see this team, we are surprised. We never really know what we will get, so the questions will never end. Don't you worry.
Good to know. Well, we've got that interview up and ready, and we throw it across again. And welcome back, Snowy, after a successful win.
Welcome back, GG's, and how good does the revenge feel after losing to 77 blocks last time around?
It feels okay. Just happy we played a decent series today.
Played a decent series, no doubt about it. I want to know, with how clean that win was, Snowy, did you prepare specifically for 77 blocks, or was it a normal preparation for Limitless for a championship weekend?
No, standard preparation, to be honest.
Okay. Yeah, looks like you guys had a game plan and nothing was there to stop it. To me, especially, your team made very few rotation or communication mistakes. 77 blocks under pressure, made plenty of awkward plays. You guys did not. What is the difference maker for Limitless that allows you to make much less mistakes when you're under the same amount of pressure?
Probably good comms, to be honest. I think when our comms are working well, I feel like that kind of just fixes like a lot of stuff for us. So, and obviously comms work pretty good today. So yeah, I think that's probably one of the main contributors.
Yeah, when a team sticks together for that long, especially, you guys have that chemistry on the comms. Snowy, I guess a taller look with the event here being the last one of this RLCS season. Obviously, any player and team's goal is to win the Open personally or for the team. Is there any added goals or accomplishments that you specifically want out of this event? And as you guys reach Championship Sunday tomorrow, just looking forward.
I wouldn't say so, no. I think I've said it many times in the past, and our goal is just to win. And, you know, we take the same mindset into every event that we're playing, and it's literally just do our best, and we are playing to win. Simple as that. So, yeah, it's the same for this event as it is for every other one.
I mean, you're saying it's the same for this event, but I mean, you're still being the stalwarts of South Africa, right? You're still being the one team that everyone calls upon. Like, okay, if anyone has to fight off the imports, it's you. Is there anyone that you see coming up behind you where you would be tempted to maybe get them on board, get them into the roster perhaps for next year, or is that too far away to tell yet?
Yeah, too far to tell at the moment, for sure.
But would there be anyone? Like, just name dropping, or if you don't want to, of course, that's fine. But would there be people that you would be looking at, like, very interested going into the next year as well?
I wouldn't say so, no.
Okay. Pyro, are you happy?
I'm pleased. I mean, we've got exactly what we expected out of Limitless in terms of what I saw from them in the GSL stage. So, Snowy, congratulations on moving on to Championship Sunday. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Pyro.
Yep.
Always so confident and nonchalant. He's here to do a job, and Limitless did it with aplomb here today. So well done to them again. We turn our sights to the last match. Guys, a reminder that Driver of the Day is open for today, acgl.gg/vote. I'm pretty sure there were a couple of good contenders from that last match that came up. So go grab yourself 100 embers and go and show some recognition and some love for any of those players that you back. But we turn our sights to, again, a big match. Upper bracket, last one of the series. The last series of the day awaits us now. Foot versus Hay with Riz. Right now, the big question really is asked, can Hay with Riz challenge? Out of all the teams, and I'm going to throw this to you, Rhino, straight away as we start to look at the player comparisons and the team comparisons between these. I mean, Hay with Riz arguably one of the very few teams that could challenge Foot.
They're one of the only teams that have taken games off of Foot. I mean, this is what we're talking about with this Foot roster, is they are so indomitable. They've been so impressive this season. There is a very elite club at the very top of the echelon who have taken games off of them. And hey, with Riz, they have done just that. You go back to Open 4, the grand final, it was a 4-2 victory by Foot, but hey, with Riz made them work for it. So if there is a team here, I mean, obviously, I would suggest that Limitless give Foot one of the better games that they are able to take. But of those kind of second tier down, hey, with Riz are absolutely one of the teams that, if they catch Foot slipping, could cause them problems.
Well, you guys can also, again, have your say, hashtag hey if you're going back with hey with Riz, or hashtag Foot, making it as nice and easy for you as possible right now. Greybeard, let's talk these stats as they come up right now. Foot is obviously the one who is going to dominate any of the stat sheets we ever showed.
I feel like this desk segment is us filling time on our way to a Foot victory. Statistically, they're untouchable by any team. Yes, there are teams that have challenged them. Yes, there are teams that have taken games. But ultimately, Foot are a team that are winning and winning well and winning hard. And those stats tell a very definite story. Sometimes we can fudge things in the stats. In this case, I don't think so. I think the stats are telling a very clear and very true story.
Very clear and very true. I mean, so far it's yet to be proven otherwise, and anything but like a Swiss stage game or something like that, GSL notwithstanding. So we go now very quickly into our production and to our predictions for the matches, because you three, is this really going to take a long time? Is there really a question right now, or are we going to go for our second sweep of the day? Pyro, you look a little bit like you've got some more insights, something that you think we don't know yet.
Well, I'm going to be that guy. I've been the only one that's been right all day long. 3 correct predictions, so maybe I will spice it up a little bit. For me, hey with Riz have low lows. We didn't even see them in the top 8 last Open, and high highs. I think maybe this is the time that, as Rhino said, we catch the Foot slipping. Give me hey with Riz, shake it up.
My man taking on my own strategies.
Yeah.
Okay. Greybeard, are you going to go with heart, mind, soul?
Well, heart is no question in this. At least I can make a. I don't have a heart problem when it comes here, but I got to say, Pyro's thrown me for a bit of a loop. But I do think Foot are going to take this and take it comfortably. I think they're going to sweep their way through this.
I mean, they've done just that like that a couple of times to hey with Riz already. Rhino, quick predictions.
4-1 Foot, I think they're just too strong. I need to be proven wrong.
All right, and I am so far 0 for 3 predictions today. So let's push this. And Greybeard, you better give me credit if I get it right this time that I'm cursing a team. I'm going to put all the money in there for Foot. They are undefeatable for now, right now. Excuse me, production. Close. But yes, I think Foot's going to take this, and I think Greybeard's not far off. This is as close to a sweep as you can get. If we're lucky, we'll get a single game off them. But we have our last series ready for the day. The champions are ready to defend their crown and secure themselves one spot closer to that grand finals. Last game of the day. Take it away, gents.
Foot Esports have their checklist out. Raleigh Major, confirmed. World Championship, done. Regional 6, still pending. They could go flawless in the 2025 season, not losing a single match in the playoffs this entire year. But hey with Riz stand in their way, trying to make the impossible very much possible. Romeo, let's join hey with Riz now in their Sisyphean task.
Well, that's a good word, Sisyphean, meaning to chase perfection, and Foot have almost done just that. They have had an absolute barnstorming run this season. They look indomitable, they look unbeatable, but if there was anybody to do it, it would be hey with Riz, and hey with Riz taking more games off them than any other team so far, and straight off the bat, you're going to see hey with Riz coming in hard, because that's the only way they take this one.
Hey with Riz always coming in hard, always coming in strong, but also a bit of change in Foot Esports. Of course, they're still at their usual setups. Torres is still playing from the couch. It must be some sort of couch match, but for the first time this entire year, they've got their coach with them down in Cape Town. Harmonic being there for the final regional of the year. And I think he even played a series in the GSL stage yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, though that might not interest Ivan. First opportunity, Rlcs, second shot also wide.
Oh, so close there. Demo coming in by Kaka, chasing the ball there, and Foot under some immediate pressure, and they'll look to clear as another demo comes in. Torres high up the field, and he's going to take advantage of that, but Kaka off the line. And speaking of Harmonic, as he did in fact play as shot coming in here almost, but back to Harmonic. He wanted to play, he did get to play, and you feel with coach being in here, you might be subbed in for one.
I don't necessarily know if he's going to be subbed in for one, but he's certainly going to give some more immediate impact. It's always different to have your coach with you, behind you. You know, there's a bit of a human touch to it, rather than just hearing the voice over TeamSpeak or over Discord. So I think that's going to be a different element. Also, perhaps a good training for the LAN, because of course, for esports, they have already confirmed their spot at the Raleigh Major later next month, and of course at the World Championship.
Oh, well, definitely indeed, and they've secured those, but one thing they have not done is secured their impact on this game so far, as we're heading 2-0 after 0-0 after 2 minutes. And I cursed that immediately with Foot Esports by the end of VK Salen with a pinch straight into goal.
VK, you can see immediately in the camera, turning around, looking at his teammates, Eoro with the biggest smile on his face. They feel good about this goal from VK Salen. Hey, with Riz, through all their efforts, well, they still end up where you mostly end up, playing against Foot Esports, and that is, of course, behind, chasing that lead.
Well, chasing they will do inevitably, but as we've said before, they are a team that can chase successfully, and they're going to want to keep this score as it is, unless they give it up and it becomes a little bit more tricky to chase. So now Kaka chasing up down the middle, passes it, but very good read on the backboard there by Liaro. Hands it off to Ivan, gets the reset, but straight down to the floor.
Triple commit there from Foot Esports. All three players very much bunched up. Rlcs is going to try to take control of the ball with the ceiling double, but the demo in the midfield, and that demo is going to be crucial for the counter-attack of Foot Esports. Look at it and feast your eyes at the speed, at the precision of Foot.
I feel like that it was a counter, but it was a very well communicated counter with pretty much the entire Foot team ahead of Hey with Riz to receive that pass. Liaro was really quick thinking. So just as it happens, a quick change in pace means a goal on the other side for Foot Esports, and that just gives away the quality of their teams as the shot comes off, but saved by Kaka. And I marked him as one of those players who's permanently in the engine room, and once again, putting in the hard yards.
Certainly one of the three workhorses of this Hey with Riz team, but I tend to agree with you. The primary workhorse when it comes to the non-flashy stuff, he mostly leaves that for Rlcs and Ivan. But here, not so much, nothing to gain for that flashiness here through Hey with Riz. 70 seconds remaining. They are still scoreless, and try as they might, they can't combine or flip reset their way past the Foot Esports defense, which is, well, as usual, standing very firm and very strong.
Foot Esports always making sure that they are back in time. Very rarely are they caught out, especially in their own third, as Torres gets a runaway here. He has to get a tap to get it in, passes down, but Kaka once again getting his team out of jail there, and this could be quick on the counter here, but VK Salen so quickly back.
Rlcs still trying to bring the ball to the dangerous area, but that corridor was completely abandoned by his two teammates, and now, well, it's going to be very difficult for Hey with Riz to just mount the comeback. Only 20 seconds odd remain, no goal scored yet. One goal has to come sooner rather than later if they want to mount that comeback in game one.
15 seconds left on the clock. They need to score 2 goals. It's going to be tricky at the very least, but quickly on the counter here, Kaka receiving that. And you feel like Revezi might have got that in, passed down from Ivan, straight through, down the middle. Kaka just going for a little steal there because, you know, pad those stats. But with 9 seconds to go, suddenly we have a game on our hands.
Kickoff. Hey, with Riz, any strategies? Not necessarily, just pushing the ball back left to his teammate. Quite fairly standard kickoff, but Foot Esports more than ready for it, and an own goal is going to spell the end of game number 1. 3-1 here for Foot Esports at last. Kickoff purely academical.
Well, it could have gone either way, but it decided to go Foot Esports' way as they are now 3-1 up, unassailable lead, and they have taken game 1 quite comfortably in the end as this hits the ground. And most of all, like you said, academic. They are doing what is needed and nothing more.
I don't know if that's the true spirit of academia, but we'll run with it. As I mean, yeah, it's a good horse Foot Esports is, right? 50% shot accuracy, 6 shot, 3 goals. They pick their spots quite wisely, and they play with that advantage that they have. They play rather defensively, more defensively against Hey with Riz than they do against anyone else. But that's just because they respect Hey with Riz on attack, right? They want to soak up the pressure, and then they know Hey with Riz has to overcommit, and then they can strike.
I mean, talking of striking, that counter by Liaro, an absolute sensational goal, and that's just a hallmark of how they've been scoring their goals the entire season. They've been so quick to turn defense into offense, and like you said, they were giving Hey with Riz the respect on defense, but I counter that by saying they were defensive because they can make moves like that.
I mean, it's almost like 77 Blocks in a sense, where 77 Blocks also a team that likes to soak up that pressure, right? That likes to sit back and then be deadly on the counter attack. Foot Esports is just that, but better. Essentially.
Well, fair enough. We talk academics, and yes, academia might be excelling and achieving, and it certainly doesn't speak much to my academic record, but I feel like as far as things go, Foot are going to feel like they are going to be the teachers in this scenario. And Hey with Riz don't want to be the ones learning the lessons as we head here into game number 2. And Foot Esports immediately off the bat, musty by VK.
Well, let's see what Professor Harmonic and his 3 TAs have got in store for us here in game number 2. And it's going to be a quick goal from Lioro.
Oh, just like that, VK getting a nice little touchback to Liaro, who puts it straight on the far end and past all of the Hey defense. So now 10 seconds in, it's not quite a kickoff goal, but it is a very early goal as VK, with possession once more, is going to try and stamp down authority early on this game.
Kaka trying to get his teammate involved, but Torres read that one beautifully. Getting it deep down into the Foot offensive territory. Both teams are now sort of playing tennis a little bit. No one really wanting to take control. Torres trying with a 50-50, immediately beaten there by Ivan. It's very stop-starty, this start of game 2. Well, with the one exception of the kickoff goal that was being scored early on by Foot Esports.
Oh, straight there, Torres scooping it off the line, but Revezi aggressively chasing back to his own line as I feel like the Foot attack is just coming out of nowhere. They are so fast on the counter, and in order to defend against it, you need to race back just as fast. Now, Revezi caught without boost shot, but saved off the backboard, and heroics there by Hey with Riz.
Heroics were there, but heroics were desperately needed from Revezi as well. Coming out and pre-jumping that originally, Leora with the soft touch had got the perfect idea, but recovery from Revezi simply too strong. And now Foot Esports trying to take control yet again of this match. Yet again, Torres down that left flank of his that he so loves. This time beaten by Revezi, gets around, but Leoro is back in time.
Well, bump there means that Ivan gets the pass down to Kaka, not being able to get the shot off, cleared there by Torres. He's going to chase this one through. It has been a game of alternating possession, but it has been that quick. They trade it so fast because they attack so fast, and right now it's whoever makes the mistake on defense. A shot coming off here and saved by Ivan, but countered there by Lioro as Foot Esports grab their second.
It's a great save originally there from Ivan, but it's a bit unfortunate. He doesn't quite generate the power of the crossbar. He doesn't quite get it into the corner. Lioro, there where number 9 needs to be. Right moment, right place, and able to get the spillage, get it over the line after the kickoff. Torres immediately afterwards trying to make it 3 for Foot Esports, but it's not going to succeed.
Fantastic defense there by Kaka, reading that his teammate wasn't getting there and making a very, very swift save as Kaka once again off the backboard is going to try and pass it through now, but it looks like Foot Esports have their team dialed in as they are looking increasingly comfortable in open play. But I say that Kaka, the shot going wide, Bezzy maintaining the touch. Torres, though, with the clear pass through to VK Salen. He's put it against the backboard. Nobody to counter. Lioro not getting there. And off the play, Revezi gets the goal.
Big miss. Big miss from Lioro. We could see it in his POV, and then suddenly Revezi is like, oh, free net, open net, thank you very much. Again, for the esports, 2-goal lead is going to be sliced in half, and this time, with about 2 minutes left on the clock, plenty of time for Hayworth Riz to actually stage the comeback here in game 2.
With results never going quite Hayworth Riz's way, I'll give them one thing, they've always kept these games in touch. And there has never been a sweep, and it has always been close. So, Hayworth Riz, once again, Ivan passing down, shot coming through, but wide. And Kaka now trying to get possession, misses, passes it through to Torres now. And you'll see, again, possession being traded, but always, always dangerous.
Maybe something here now for Hayworth Riz, but that long shot is not going to trouble anyone. Torres, nice little follow there with the wall dashes as well to just keep momentum on his side. Revezi with contact, but immediately VK Salen on his case. But esports trying to drive a high press line, trying to really make Hayworth Riz sweat, but they have to be careful. It's a dance on the knife edge, and VK Salen just about ends up on the right side.
Well, Foot Esports being pressed here as Kaka waiting patiently in the press position there, but shot coming off here. Revezi making sure he's back in time. Lioro now reading, passing down to Torres, shot coming off and blocked. Still not out of the woods yet. Kaka with boost, back through to Ivan. Ball is loose, and VK gonna take it to the wall, gets the pinch, coming down, takes the shot, and there we go. Lioro making sure he's at the end of that one.
That pinch from VK is so good because it's incredibly awkward. Maybe even impossible for the defense to read it. The bounce down, the speed, the angle at which it drops. For a defender, if you're sitting in goal and you're sitting at backboard as Hayworth Riz was, you cannot make that read. You have such an advantage there as an attacker. And that advantage showing here right again. Lioro gets bleaten by Karka, and then it's a good fake from VK Salen. Torres is there to shoot it in. 4-1, game 2 done and dusted.
Hold up a second. Are those wagon wheels that Karka has got?
Yeah. He's had them all split.
You know, now it's an issue because here we go, pass coming in, almost getting the shot off. Those wagon wheels are an issue because it's a technological problem now.
he's not far enough above the tech tree is what you're telling me.
Yeah, no, he's got to put some skills into tires, man.
I think he's driving them for minimized friction, so more high speed. You know, who needs cornering ability? You just need the straight line speed, or you just need that goal from VK Salen. What a pass and what a shot!
Well, talking about straight line speed, VK Salen making sure that went straight into the goal, top left bins. And that puts Foot in a very, very commanding position to close out game number 2 and secure their second on the trot. Hayworth Riz are not going to be happy with this. They will want to counter, but right now, right here, Foot is looking imperious.
That lime green. Is it lime green? I'm going to say it's lime green and ignore anyone who says anything different. Really, I mean, normally you would say purple is a royal color, but yeah, it seems like lime green is the royal color here of SSA, because Foot is just absolutely godlike in this series, in this entire season. And again, Hey with Riz look competitive, Bromeo, right? That's the thing. Like, they don't, even though it's 5-1 at the end, they didn't look like they were getting steamrolled. This was a competitive game, but it just, in those little details, in those minute decisions, where the difference shows.
I think that is the thing. It does come down, they say, football is a game of inches, but so is Rocket League. They have made sure, Foot Esports, that they are in a commanding position every time. Very, very rarely do they look out of place. They are able to take advantage of ball on the counter, and they are able to make saves comfortably at the back. And that comes simply from a high skill ceiling and good comms. So Foot Esports deserve where they are currently. They are playing incredibly well. But Hey with Riz, do not count them out yet. They have never been swept. There is still a very good opportunity for them to make it back.
I mean, very surprisingly, these two teams have already played twice before. And Hey with Riz was getting a game in each one of those affairs. It was a 3-1 loss and a 4-2 loss by Hey with Riz. So they certainly have what it takes to take games off Foot Esports. But this feels sort of different, right? Even though Foot Esports has theoretically nothing to play for, everything is secure for their season, they still, you know, want that flawless run through the entire year. And you can see that in the way, in the determination which they play. And right here, they have to show that determination. VK Sailing running back with low boost. Ivan trying to play it too fancy, not going for the direct shot.
Well, Lioro quick on the counter there once more. This might be a slow bounce in, and Kaka can't get there before Torres does. And just like that, Lioro playing high up the field to take advantage of a clear ball. And it just takes one other player just to nudge it in, but you feel like that was already going to be a goal.
I don't know. On second inspection, I'm not sure if it was a fake or if VK Sailing simply backflipped. But either way, it threw Revesi for a spin, and that's all what was needed from VK Sailing at that point in time. And then leaving it for Torres as well to put it in. Perfectly coordinated, perfectly orchestrated here from Foot Esports. Again, it's an early 1-0 lead, and you feel like the only way you win against Foot Esports is if you score the first goal, right? Because they're so comfortable with that lead in behind them.
Well, that's to say, there's not enough information to say what does Foot Esports look like when they are attacking a game from behind, because I don't think I've ever seen them behind. So
only
right
on the majors,
now,
right?
Yeah, right there. So Foot Esports not under a lot of pressure, even though they are camped in their own half. Ivan now with a little bit of pressure, trying to put it through, but VK passing off to Liara, high mid again. He doesn't have any boost, but Kaka doesn't know that. Plays the 50 and might be out of trouble, but still in the blue half.
Was a really good 50 from Lioro. If he had a teammate to back him up, that would have been a prime shooting opportunity to make it 2. But no one was following that closely behind. It's Torres now on his lonesome. Well, not for long. Kaka going to the backboard. Lioro already there. Again, the quick rotations coming out of Foot Esports to make sure that the devastating thing, and that is, of course, conceding a goal, simply doesn't happen.
Lioro, once again, just changing the ball's direction, creating a slight deviation, making it more difficult to read. It's all these small touches, small actions that change the course of games as Lioro puts it back, and a good save there ultimately, but shot coming in, and not enough was done as Torres taps it in for a second Foot goal of game number 3.
Was there a bump from Lioro and Ivan? There was!
Ooh.
I thought so when it came through. That was very suspiciously open, but it was again steamrolled open by Lioro. Only's got eyes for his opponents, and I mean, if you're in his crosshairs, you're gonna feel the brunt and the blunt force of Lioro coming down. Again, it's a physical goal for Foot Esports. Maybe here's something more fanciful by Hey with Riz, and it is indeed.
Or Revesi on the end of that, but it was a lot of technical skill by Ivan just to catch it and place it like a golf tee just to make sure of it. But Hey with Riz coming in with a goal. And now with 2 minutes left, they've only got 1 to go. So, right now, Revezi got the ball, puts a wave dash down the middle, beats, leaves it for Ivan. Ivan takes the shot, but saved there by VK Sailor.
You can see from both teams the fakes, the mind games are starting to come out bit by bit. It's almost like a cascade. When one team starts and the other one wants to join in and say like, hello, we can also mind game, we can also fake, we can also go for bumps and demos when it doesn't seem obvious. It's always an interesting dynamic that you can see is being explored during a series, but is it going to be the key to victory here for Hey with Riz? Revezi leaves the boost, or rather misses the boost for his teammates. Only 90 seconds remain now. Ivan, what can he do? Tries to fake his way through. He cannot do so without the opponent making contact.
Fascinating to see Liara permanently hanging mid, even for the pass to go forward, the pass to go backwards. Trust that Liara is mid, but Revezi getting the equalizer with an absolute screamer.
Beautiful equalizer there. Karaka finally gets it past Lioro, and then 126 kph on the shot from Revezi, an absolute belter that finds the net, and suddenly FUT Esports have been equalized with. So it's going to be interesting to see what they will do now, if it's going to be unchanged, or can Hey with Riz find their, well, what feels like the mandatory game.
Right now it is looking like Hey with Riz are playing with the confidence that's required to pick a game off them, as Revezi gets the touch, puts it forward. VK Salen, though, he's going to try and get this one out, passes it through, and there we go. There was a little bit of misdirection. There was a Kansas City shuffle. What happened here?
VK Salen, he simply delayed his flick. I don't think Karka knew or thought that VK Salen still had his flick, and that little bit of deception was all that was necessary. Quite an easy goal for VK Salen and FUT Esports. Maybe a second one off the kickoff. Torres trying to fake his way through, but Revezi is wiser now that he's seen that play happen about 10 times this game. But how will it come out? Not well for Hey with Riz. VK Salem, 4th goal.
We give FUT Esports for the credit of creating goals, but we don't give them enough credit for the disruption they cause in their opponents. And so many plays have been disrupted, bumped, just loose ball navigated a little bit differently, and now Revezi getting a goal in. We still have a game on our hands. Goals are coming in thick and fast.
Lioro slightly misjudging that read, and that slight error is going to result in the 3rd goal of Hey with Riz, and now another kickoff, another dead ball situation. VK Salen this time beneficiary, but Revezi on the defensive end is going to be there. Bumps and demos come flying in. Karka on Torres. Karka is there to receive the pass from Ivan. The pass is beautiful between the two Spaniards. The shot is there. The shot is good.
Equalizer, 14 seconds to go. Ivan takes it up off the ceiling, passes it directly down to Karka, and Karka making ample use of that right post to get it in. Now, 4 apiece, 14 seconds to go. It's anybody's game, and we're going to see this one through now. VK Salen getting the mid boost. He's going to take it through to the top. Ivan, though, getting the last touch. And are we going to see an overtime, or are we going to see a shot there from Torres? Shot coming through. It is awkward. Not out of the woods yet. Laid up against the wall. Ivan's got possession. What can we do here?
Still the ball in the air. Now it's grounded. Finally, from FUT Esports and Hey with Riz. Overtime it is in game number 3. And Torres immediately taking charge, immediately taking control. Flip reset. Does he have the pinch pass? He tries to. It ends up being a setup for himself. One that cannot be put through 3 different players.
Right now, we're in overtime. Game number 3. And Hey with Riz with their best shot yet of picking a game, as Revezi puts it to the corner. Liaro there to read it as shots are coming in. Liaro putting it against the back. VK gonna scoop it through. Needs to get past Revezi. He does. Passes it through. Shot coming in, and Torres makes sure of it.
What a placement on the shot from Torres. I mean, VK's pass is, I would say, fairly standard, but the placement from Torres behind both Karka and Ivan, simply sublime, simply lovely from FUT Esports. And now they've won game 3. They're 3-0 up. With Riz would have to reverse sweep FUT Esports.
Well, we have seen crazier things, but right now, VK... Yeah, well, not yet from FUT. VK Salen coming out with MVP of this game number 3. He's done a lot. He has been that guy who always makes sure that there's a bump, there's a fake. He is the trickster because, trust, Liara is going to be in the middle to receive that ball, but VK is the chance creator, and he proved it in game number 3. With Riz, I will feel a little aggrieved that they couldn't come away with that one.
Now, it was a really strong comeback from with Riz, both from 0-2 down and then from 2-4 down. The latter one even within 15 seconds, as we just see the 2 goals coming in to get to that overtime. But I feel like in the deciding moments, still, it's that feeling, right? It's purely psychological, where you are just FUT Esports and you are so sure of yourself, where you're like, okay, I'm just going to have the correct read. I trust myself, I have the read, and then I actually have it. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy almost, that FUT Esports simply will not flinch in these situations.
Well, right now, FUT are on match point. They are 5 minutes away from securing their passage through in the top. And with Riz have a lot of work to do. And they'll want to do it early. Like you said, you need to score first because you need to gain the mental battle first before you can get the physical one, as Torres passes it back, but Liara gets the touch.
Crucially, Liara before Revezi on the ball. We have the first 30 seconds have come and gone. No dangerous shots opportunity or shooting opportunities yet, but with Riz certainly looking closer in this opening stage, trying to at least force one game win, take the reverse sweep one game at a time. Pre-jump from Torres is not going to make contact with either ball nor Revezi, so still unchecked through the air flies the Englishman. One demo though is going to stop him.
Very interesting developments here. Instead of playing the ball, they're playing the player, because if you make sure that the player is not there, the ball can go anywhere at once. Now Torres putting it through, but Ivan with a lot more boost and a lot more space puts it through. Gonna get another touch through. It's over his head and couldn't get there. Very well saved there by Torres.
Liara following up that save with good saves off his own. Now FUT Esports needing to dial down the chaos a little bit. With Riz exceedingly strong in this very fast-paced, counter-attack heavy game thus far. Now Ivan to the skies, he's lacking boost, leaves it off for Revezi, but VK Salen is there to make the read.
Well, there we go, shot coming off from Karka means that with Riz do indeed score first, putting them in a very unfamiliar position of taking a lead against FUT, and any team would be happy with that, and potentially putting them in good stead to start clawing away at that FUT lead.
First 1-0 in favor of with Riz this entire series. But not a moment too late. VK Salen tries to get a pass. It's going to get bumped by Ivan into the ball. So second try comes here to Torres. Shot blocked by Revezi. Liara having to buy time for his teammates. Sees VK Salen on his flank. Tries to use him. The pass back, not ideal, but I guess it's going to work here for FUT Esports.
Well, right now, Revezi getting a pass down to Ivan. Ivan putting it up against the backboard, but VK Salen permanently back to get it there as he plays past Karka, but not quite out of the woods yet. Liara off the wall, passes it down the middle. VK gonna try and get a touch across, forcing Karka into the save there, and it's starting to look like with Riz under a bit of pressure, but they've regrouped.
Just in time as well, as FUT Esports is certainly ramping up the pressure, trying to. Karka now a little bit of Alleviance on defense. That's a great demo on third. Rivesi, though, spawned in time. He's got low booster. VK Seller in the air. He's going to get it over Rivesi. Does he have the read? He doesn't need to. Leoro's there for the pinch, or for the punch in. 1-all.
BK. Perfect read off the floor. Beats Rivesi, passes it down, and Leoro perennially there to make sure of it, as now Foot Esports tying it up, 2 minutes to go, and they are 2 minutes away from sealing it. They want to score another goal, but Ivan, though, with the air dribble, Kaka trying to get the bump across, will settle for a pass down to the middle, but effectively cleared by Foot.
Alright. Try to get the mother of all junks. What a pass in the middle for VK Salen out of nowhere. Gets incredible force with that slightest of touches at the side wall. Putting Foot Esports here in a prime position to score, but Karka, great touch. Does he have a second? No, he leaves it for Ivan. Unfortunately, his teammate running out of boost.
Well, it's still tied at the moment. Ivan not getting the touch, but a very good opportunity there as Leoro fakes out Rivesi, meaning the attack still has purchase, as Karka now passing it back downfield, back and forth. The counter so quick as Torres now passing down to VK. Not quite getting there, meeting Karka instead. Faking out Rivesi once again, missing it out, and Karka being the hero of the day, not being cleared there. And once again, in the corner, going to pass it through. 1 minute remaining, and it looks like they are out of trouble.
But the engine of Hey with Riz, the backbone of Hey with Riz, certainly working. What a whiff! In the air. And that's going to allow Karka, the workhorse of Hey with Riz, to score. Torres misjudges. Leoro stranded. Karka says gracias.
Oh, wow. Gracias indeed. And Karka making sure, zero boost, that he could get there and apply that slight little deviation to the path of that ball to get it in, because sometimes that is all it takes. Rocket League, a game of inches now as we're heading down into the last 30 seconds. Hey with Riz are in the lead, but let's see if they can hold on to it.
Long clear. That might be long. That might be in. It is in. Karka with his hat trick. Leoro's shot ends up being the perfect involuntary assist to Karka, who clanks one downfield and gets it in. 3-1. 2 goals in favor of Hey with Riz.
Here we go. 30 seconds left, and Hey with Riz in a very good position of 2 goals up. But shot coming in, and just like that, Leoro brings that number down to 1, proving that you can never write this team off. It takes them 1 second to score a goal.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is why you practice your kickoff strategies. Demo kickoff, and then everyone knew where you had to be instinctively. From Foot Esports, it's great stuff, and Torres might even double it in for 3. Torres misses the first one. Leoro to VK Sen, goes to the air. Ivan is there to block. 10 seconds remain. Foot Esports playing with the food, but they don't have time.
Just like that, they're going to hold on to it for 2 seconds. 1 second, they want to play it off the floor. VK Salen elevates it. Torres passes it forward. But Karka putting it down to the floor and making sure of it that their run does not end here. Foot Esports going down in game number 4.
Again, it will not be a sweep by Foot Esports against Hey with Riz, but Hey with Riz had to fight until the very end, didn't they, Bromeo? It was not a comfortable win, but it was a win nonetheless.
Well, look, a win is a win, and they will take it however it comes. And you said they require a reverse sweep. Well, right now, they've set that path in motion. They are 1 game closer, and Foot Esports will have to wait another 5 minutes if they want to progress this into a win. Foot Esports are still on match point, and it is that close. And I do think that Hey with Riz are doing it right. It's been close the entire time. They haven't given up. And right now, they've just picked up their first game in game number 4.
But is it just a case of Hey with Riz getting their mandatory game, so to speak, against Foot? Or do you think we could see more? Because in essence, the question is, are you convinced by the performance you've just seen in Game 4?
I'm not convinced that it's enough to win the game, but moments have to start somewhere. Catalysts start slowly. Changes take time, and perhaps with Riz can go further than they have. It's still a very tall order. Foot are in a very commanding position as immediately they start turning the vice script. They will want this first goal, but with Riz have anything to say with it and carry on the form of game number 4, we could be seeing something cool.
Will Hayworth Riz return to where they were in Open Qualifier 4 in the Grand Finals against Foot Esports, where they took the series to a Game 6, where they took the series to Neo Tokyo? That is the question. Foot Esports still got a couple of match points with them. They still have their timeout that they can use. Of course, we know Hayworth Riz is a team that doesn't like to use their timeouts. Foot Esports, I think if they need to, they will definitely choose to. And now it's going to be an interesting path, because at some point the snowball, the momentum is just going to build uncontrollably for Hayworth Riz, and Foot Esports have to try to scuff that out immediately.
Fantastic save there by Lioro. He has made sure that that attack, it was a 2v1, and he did incredibly well to snuff it right there at the end. But Ivan, once more, taking a bit of possession here as he takes the effective 50 but hands it off to VK. As they're letting the ball do the work. They're applying fast passes through. And once more, going down to the middle, shot coming in, and that is the medicine they need to give them 1-0 after a minute 30.
Great 50-50 down the sidewall from VK Salen, and then it simply is a speed advantage for Foot Esports, both on the immediate follow-up from Lioro and then from Torres as well, beating the goalkeeper, I believe Karka it was, to that open ball. And just like that, Foot Esports have got the lead, have got the first goal, and thus far this series, Bromeo, it's always been score the first goal, win the game.
It is a little scary. It feels like Foot have changed things up a bit. They've started applying that fast ball to the center. Instead of the short passes, it's now the long passes, it's the bumps. And dispossessing just like that, VK puts it up against the backboard and not able to make more than that, but shot coming through. But Kaka once again making sure it doesn't go anywhere near his goal.
Ivan trying to guard despite all the foot pressure. Lioro goes for the foot reset, tries to slow play it through, tries to mind game his way through, but Revezi, after we saw a lot of mind games in, I believe it was Game 3, they are very much aware and very mindful of that possibility that Foot Esports likes to slow play it, likes to sort of feint it from time to time.
Parker now doesn't have the boost. VK reads it well as Torres plays it in the corner. It's going to be a contest for that boost. He gets the boost, and that means they get to keep the pressure up. VK laying it down through to the middle. The pass is there, and Lioro makes sure of it. That is their second goal.
Again, beautiful infield pass from VK Sale, and you thought the original recipient of that pass, probably Torres, from the way they were rotating, like Lioro jumping in, knowing or seeing that the pass didn't have as much power as was necessary, and with a bit of help from post, concluding that one 2-0. But how long? Double tap, not make contact with by Karka due to a lack of boost.
Lioro being touched through. Lack of pressure here as Hayworth Riz elect to reset, and that might be their undoing as Revezi forced into an uncomfortable save. Still in the corner as Lioro casually takes that corner boost as Torres in the air gets the touch. Revezi gonna mount an attack here. Pass down to the middle. Ivan not getting the touch. VK Salen ahead. It's going to hit the backboard. He just needs the double touch, and Lioro making that number 3.
Valiant effort there from Karka on the goal line. Let's look at it again here in the replay. 12 boosts. He pre-jumps it. He knows where Lioro is very likely to put that shot. But even with all the knowledge in the world, the shot's simply too good by Lioro. Makes it go through 3-0 here in favor of Foot Esports. And with about 90 seconds left here, Bromeo, is that curtains for the series?
Well, they say every good book starts with a story that is. somewhat different to what's happening right now. Hey, with Riz going back another goal. They say it's easy until it isn't. And Kaka making sure that they at least stay within touching distance of that 3-goal Foot Esports lead.
Touching distance, as you say, is the most important thing. They're not within 1 yet. That is going to be the big aim here for Hey with Riz, trying to get that second goal as quickly as possible. Great control there from Ivan, and good idea by Revezi going for that long-range pinch. Could always throw a spanner in the works, but VK Salen's shot going through, trickling in front of net until Ivan is able to get it away, get it out from danger.
Well, 1 minute remaining. And Hey with Riz have a lot of work to do if they want to stay in touch here. Kaka getting the touch, and he's going to have to make another save, forcing a double there as Torres. I need to wind down the clock, keep it in this half. Revezi now, knowing that there is time pressure here. Ivan faking, getting the beat, but now still in the corner. Torres playing the shot down, and surely that is it.
Quicker, Torres. What a read, and not an easy read in the slightest. Puts it over Revezi as well, who tried to make himself as big as possible. But yeah, in the end, unfortunately, not there, not enough. 30 seconds remain. 3-goal lead re-established by Foot Esports. It looks as though they're poised to go through to Championship Sunday again, unbeaten.
Well, right now, we're witnessing how quickly they can change things up, and just their style of play from when this game started to now, as Kaka forced into yet another save, forcing another double commit, and Lioro making it 5 proves just how lethal Foot Esports can be when they find their groove.
Again, it's Lioro with the prediction on where that where that clear is going to end up, where that loose ball is going to end up, and knowing exactly where to position himself in relation to that. Beautifully done by Lioro. Now it's going to be just a case of getting the ball to the ground. Karka leaves it. Own goal by Foot Esports is not gonna care. It's a bit of plastic surgery, but the result is the same. Foot Esports go to top 4, and Hey with Riz have a date tomorrow with Traduit.
Oh, well, look at that. Foot booking their spot in the semi-finals alongside Limitless on the other side. And we still have a whole Sunday to go. Hey with Riz choosing the more difficult path, but Foot Esports making the most of this time, not taking their foot off the gas at all. They've secured a major. They have secured a world spot, but in this game, where it doesn't seem to matter, they are still ruthlessly efficient.
Yeah, they want to simply go flawless through all the online regionals. And, I mean, more power to them. They are currently 5 from 5. They wanted to make it 6 from 6 tomorrow, certainly looking poised to do so. Let's get the best back in ult. That's just classic for Esports, right? That's what we come to expect by now, right?
The panel is not wrong every time. When it comes to Foot, it's very difficult to be wrong right now. Greybeard, we got to sit and watch that from the side, and there seemed to be a moment of life there for Hey with Riz, but how much did you really believe, or was that just you know what, they're a good team, they deserved at least one?
I'll admit to going, hey, maybe. But not to be. I liked Muckfisher's closing comment with the last goal from Kaka, where he said it's a bit of plastic surgery. Because, the same result of any plastic surgery has just left Hey with Riz looking surprised.
Somewhat superficial there at the end of it, certainly. Mark, I got to come back to the thing that you said there. It felt like Kaka made another save. That was pretty much the whole story. They got a couple of nice breakaway goals. They certainly had some progress down the length of the field, but there never seemed to be the extended period of play. And I mean, when you look on the other side, most of the time, Foot doesn't even need an extended period of play, not pressure building and stealing boost or weird bumps or anything like that. They're able to just win that out through pure mechanics and teamwork.
I mean, I sort of agree and I sort of disagree with that statement. I feel like Foot Esports are a team that is incredibly reliant on bumps, on physicality, of trying to get into the opponent's faces. But at the same time, I do agree with you, where, yes, it was very much on Karka for Haywood to hold the defense together. Ivan and Revezi were very much the mechanical maestros, trying to be upfield, trying to create some damage, create some havoc, and relying very much on Karka to hold the ship together. But against Foot, there's only so much a single man can do, and we know Karka, he's mortal after all.
And Pyro, when it comes to you, this was a good showing, I would say, from Haywood Riz. Not necessarily the greatest one ever that we've ever seen. Is there more in the tank that this team or any team really in the region can do for now? Or is it up to just long-term? Graby had said it earlier, we got 7 months until the next split starts. And is there potential?
I mean, yeah, the 7 months are ideally filled with cash cups and other tournaments. We'll see, certainly. I don't want to say that Rocket League ends for that span of time. But when you continue to look at this, is with Haywood Riz, low lows, high highs. And I do feel like there's still a little bit of distance between them and the ceiling of their potential. Though I will say, for these matches with Haywood Riz and Foot Esports, again, it's a ping difference. Like, I still want to see Hay, like, playing this team on the same ping that they get to play. Sometimes it really does come down to that, because this was a close match.
It was. So you're not regretting your prediction at any stage, right?
No, not whatsoever.
Believe.
I never regret a prediction, altruism, ever.
Fair enough. I've regretted 3 of them today. But we go, of course, at the end of the day, we've gotten to see so much of Foot, and we talk to them every time because they are the victors. We've got another interview ready, and I'm going to be going through there with Rhino. We've got to get a chance, of course, to speak to none other than BK Salen. BK, well done yet again, my friend. You're at the top. Without all that, and big shout out to the team behind you, of course, has there been a big difference with having Harmonic next to you guys for the first time?
Yeah, for sure. Harmonic here is helping a lot. I don't know why they're laughing. But yeah, I think our coach in person helps more. Maybe we can have a eye-to-eye situation, so we can have a good conversation to fix some mistakes as we did after the first lose of today. So yeah, of course, it's a big change if Harmonic is here.
Certainly seems to be keeping the spirits up, if nothing else.
Joker in the background. Joker for sure. I want to ask, obviously you guys have officially locked in your appearance at the Raleigh Major and Worlds. Congratulations on that, of course. What is your motivation going into tomorrow's matches now, having already locked in that place?
Just do the perfect year, I guess. I think as I just said, we qualified already to Major and World, so just let's try. I mean, let's try to win the last regional. That's our goal. I mean, it didn't change anything that we made Major and Worlds. We still want to win everything, and also in Major and Worlds, we will try our best performance.
Fair enough. Well, you say that you are going for that perfect sweep. We'll just give you a second there, don't worry. Get out. Yeah,
take a walk, buddy.
It's not being professional, so you have to leave the place.
Well, you guys are obviously in high spirits for good reasons. Now, looking at to tomorrow, you really would love to clinch this out with that perfect run. There have been a couple of teams that have challenged you along the way to that could still upset that at the end. Which of these teams that have actually pushed you are you, I don't necessarily want to use the word worried, but would you be most likely to take a game or a series off you and upset that?
For me, the biggest surprise was 77 blocks. Like the last regional, they made a really good performance. I mean, I saw them playing against us in I think it was quarterfinals, and we won 4-0, but every single game was really close. So I think 77 blocks will be a great rival tomorrow in semifinals. And also, as always, Haywood Riz won one game today against us. Also, Limitless if they are playing good, they can take one game or two from us, as they did once. So I don't know. Multiple teams are fighting the series now, but I will say 77 blocks is
Even
the one
after
that
today's
made-
loss to Limitless, because Limitless took them down 4-0 today.
Yep. I don't know. They played really good against us, so why they could repeat that again? I mean, they can do that again for sure.
Makes a lot of sense. I've only got one more question for you, and then we'll pass back. Another professional performance from you guys today. I'd love to know what you personally believe your main strength of the team is right now, that maybe opponents in the SSA region either haven't figured out or haven't got an answer to yet.
I mean, my one or like the
Yeah, you
the team in
personally.
general?
You personally, VK.
I mean, I'm really aggressive. I just try to demo the Therman, maybe take some boost and do some redirects or fast pass to the middle. So I don't know. I think the thing that they expect that from me. They are always trying to dodge my demos, as they did like maybe 20 times this series. But I always find the moment to get that demo and give my team like more space and more time. So I think it will be the demos, or I don't know, maybe taking the up boost.
We've certainly shown yourself to be one of the most impactful players on the field there. And I mean, like you say, you're going for it 20, 30 times. Maybe they'll dodge it sometimes, but not every time. And that's when your team can take advantage. So well done to you guys. Have a good, deserved rest. And we'll get to see you tomorrow in the semifinals.
Sure. Thank you, guys. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
And that does close it out for our series of the day. 4 matches, 2 of them in near sweeps, and some far more contested matches along the way. And let's go to Pyra at the very end there. Any standout teams that surprise you from today's results?
Gotta hand it to Limitless. I gotta say, I think they looked extraordinary today. And I remember when we talked about their Saturday win last event, and I said, is this the event for you guys at Limitless? They said, yeah, why not? And they didn't have the best Sunday, but I think they are positioned. I'm timidly going to say that they look more positioned than ever to make a great championship Sunday out of it. It's their last chance to do it after all.
Yeah. Then Greybeard, driver of the day, is of course ready. The guys have been voting all day, and we've all got our particular favorites. Who and why for you?
Probably I'm going to go, because why not, from Limitless. And tough to say who their I mean, Sweaty's won this a couple of times, and I think overall some great performance from all of them, but probably Sweaty for me.
I think that's fair. Absolutely. I think I actually cast my vote for Sweaty earlier. But I also want to give a shout out to Snowy. He takes a lot of slack from the community, and today he was doing a sublime job. I mean, there was the one pass where he kind of tucks into the corner and then passes it out towards a teammate. The defenders had no chance at that. They were so close to it, but they never actually had control of it. And from that moment, the goal was wide open, and there were a couple of other demos, etc. He's such a strong presence on the field for the rest of the team. Macht, any player of the day that stands out to you?
I've been looking very in thought, and that's because honestly, I think it's really difficult on the day. I don't think we had like one standout player. If we were to go Limitless, I would go for To Die For, simply because, well, the audacity to give his finest Twinzer impersonation when he's playing against Twinzer with some of the saves he had was very audacious. But apart from that, I've honestly, I got no clue. I don't have like that one player that was completely in sync. Perhaps Inspire, actually, if I'm thinking about it, from Le Bosch.
He had some really nice double touches, etc. I want to go back to Die For just for a second there with you, Mark, because you mentioned his saves. I feel like his role in Limitless has kind of changed over time. He used to be the very aggressive player at the beginning with his mechanical skills, who kind of created the opportunities for his team and often linked up with Snowy in the center to finish the goal off. Do you feel that they are just all able to fulfill more of a role now, or is there more of a defined shift in the mentality of the squad?
I think Limitless are playing more dynamic overall, and they've needed time to adjust to that because they don't have their set roles anymore. They play in a way where everyone needs to be called upon at any given time, and they play to the strengths of the day rather than in a set role. For at least that's how I feel about Limitless in 2025. That's probably the biggest shift, and that's why we see perhaps Sweaty being a bit more comfortable. That's why perhaps we see Tadaifa on different positions that we weren't as used for him, but they've proven that they've become, all three of them, all-around players.
I mean, that only adds to the strength. So let's take a look at what you guys had to say. Driver of the Day has been open since the end of the second series. And you guys voted. Obviously, the locals do tend to get a little bit more of that recognition. But Sweaty sticking out with 60%. And Pyro, no surprise to me personally, I was watching the Twitch chat during the Limitless game, and he was being lifted on the shoulders of giants.
I mean, if you think about it, Limitless and 77 blocks, the desk was split. A lot of people didn't know how that match would go. And then overtime in game one, stretched to 4 minutes long. A hero had to rise, and Sweaty had that individual outplay that sealed the deal and casted out the runway for Limitless to fly away with that series. So yeah, he was my MVP for that match, not only for that play, but the super flashy fake play at game number 4. So Sweaty had some great clips in that match today.
And I want to say, I want to see a head-to-head between Sweaty and Declan, but for a hair off, to see which of those two has the craziest hair.
I mean, how do we even measure that? Is it about pure like circumference at this stage, or like volume?
It's
volume,
entirely subjective.
Weight? Do we shave both of them at the next LAN? Or?
I'm not an expert on this matter. I'm not going to let you know.
Tomorrow's Driver of the Day is also going to have a secondary category of Hair of the Day. We'll try and set that up for you guys. But
maybe if the players use cameras, we could actually do that.
Oh yeah, wouldn't that be amazing?
Next season, guys, this is the last chance for now, but next season, everyone needs to have a camera. But taking a look to tomorrow, we have one more day on this longer journey of the year of 2025's Rocket League. And pretty one-sided affairs for today, but great bit, things tend to narrow down. We really get rid of all the sweeps at the beginning for the most part.
Yeah, Saturdays always seems to be the day for the sweeps and the 4-1s, and then things tighten up on Sunday. So I'm expecting far more closer series. We didn't get one. Never mind. We didn't even get a game 6 today. Tomorrow, I want to see a lot of those, and definitely a game 7 or 2.
Game 7 would be great, especially in the grand finals. You know, anyone who can take. We're just going to put it out there, foot to a game 7 would be great, and even try and use Circum at the end of it. And the newcomers, Macht Tradu is the newest team to make it through to that top 6. Do we believe them to have it a little bit more in them going forwards?
Let's see. I'm going to be very careful in also the words that I choose. I'm surprised by them. I'm surprised that they're this far. They seem intriguing. Let's put it that way. And yeah, that's all I'm gonna say to them at that point. No, honestly, it's difficult to say, right? You've never seen them before. It's the first time they're here. They are obviously very, very qualitatively high players. They're just intriguing.
Let's see if it translates to Championship Sunday.
Oh, the hair off.
Shout out to production for putting that together so quickly. Greybeard, who are we leaning towards in terms of most audacious hair?
Well, Declan loses points because he's a cartoon, but based on that cartoon, he's an out-and-out winner.
Yeah,
1 in chat for Declan, 2 in chat for Sweaty, guys. We'll decide it here. But yeah, that flow from Declan. I don't know if that's beatable.
Okay, last match, last question to you, Pyro. 77 blocks versus Labosh.
Oh, that is a real difficult one. You've got VK Salem really tooting 77 blocks' horn right now, saying they are the real deal. They've gave us the toughest match, and you know what? He's the one in the servers winning games. So although I'm usually the one touting Labosh, I'm usually the one saying they're gonna make the top 4. I'm gonna take it from VK's perspective. I'm gonna go 77.
Well,
Yeah,
guys, if
that's
you
my
do-
train. Don't jump on my train. That's my train. I'm commanding
All
that
right,
train.
I'm hanging on the caboose of the train there, barely
All
holding
right,
on.
all right. But do you have a ticket? Do I need to?
We'll find out.
There's enough space for both of you on the train, guys, but you'll get to put in your actual predictions tomorrow. So, guys, if you want to catch all of that action, of course, we kick off at 4:30 tomorrow, both on Twitch and on DSTV channel 244. It's been an absolute pleasure from all of us here on the panel. Bromeo and Rhino sitting in the background, Huzza on production, and of course the ACGL team making sure all of this is possible. That's going to bring it to an end for this, and we'll see you for the last time on Championship Sunday tomorrow.